land warfare studies that will be shortly commencing in some time from now. As you all settle down, our much valued guest, as soon as our Honorable Raksha Mantri arrives, it is requested that we rise in his honor, and the same protocol goes for his departure as well. Speakers and panelists for the day, please note that there will be a group photograph with the Honorable Chief Guest right after the inaugural session in the foyer area. Well, as we continue this stride, they say that knowing is not enough, we must apply. Wishing is not enough, we must do. So here's to the doer in you, Deviyo or Sajjan. Senior officers from the Indian Army, bureaucrats from the various ministries of the government of India, Arunachal Pradesh, dear veterans, and the tour operators from the border areas of our incredible India, the executives from the telecom industry, and of course, our friends from media. A warmest welcome to all of you. Thank you for taking out the time and joining us here. We have got an AV to showcase, so we will request you to keep looking towards the screen as we play this AV.
At the nation's edge, where borders meet the sky, the Indian Army stands tall, not just as protectors, but as they build the roads that bridge and bring life to the remotest corners of our great land. In these borderlands, the Indian Army is also a teacher, nurturing young minds, offering education and inspiring dreams for a brighter future. From securing borders to connecting the unconnected, the Indian Army ensures no voice is left unheard, building communication networks that unite regions with the rest of the nation. And they lead the way in adventure, opening new paths for thrill seekers, transforming our border areas into destinations of excitement and discovery. Here, spirituality finds sanctuary as the Indian Army preserves the soul of our borderlands, protecting cultural heritage and fostering spiritual tourism in these sacred spaces. In every village, every festival, and every smile, the Indian Army is a partner in preserving the rich culture and heritage of our diverse borders. From security to development, education to adventure, the Indian Army stands as a beacon of hope, guiding the way to a prosperous and united tomorrow.
The Indian Army and the Centre's clause, ladies and gentlemen, is all set to welcome you. With our legacy, I must say, of being an independent think tank on strategic studies and land warfare. As you know, that the mandate of clause covers national security issues, conventional military operations, and sub-conventional warfare. Victory through vision is something that relentlessly inspires us, ladies and gentlemen. Well, they say, yes, the secret of getting ahead is getting started. Hence, we thought it is intrinsic to further assess the impact of border area development. As we all get settled down, let's ensure that we have kept our electronic gadgets on the silent mode. We will be shortly commencing just any time from now. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all expecting the arrival of our honorable chief guest and our special guest just in some time from now.
ऑडियो यहाँ कहाँ ऑडियो होगा? यहाँ कहाँ ऑडियो होगा? हट जाओ यहाँ।
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now expecting the arrival of the Honorable Chief Guest and Special Guest. May I request you to kindly rise as I announce the arrival of the Honorable Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh Ji. माननीय रक्षा मंत्री, देवी और सज्जनों, हमारे लिए ये अत्यंत हर्ष की बात है कि हमारे बीच उपस्थित हैं हमारे मुख्य अतिथि। आइए अभिनंदन करते हैं लोकप्रिय, यशस्वी, अपार व्यक्तित्व के धनी भारत के रक्षा मंत्री माननीय श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी का। उनके साथ हैं हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथि ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ कल्चर एंड टूरिज्म श्री गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत जी, ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ अरुणाचल प्रदेश श्री पेमा खांडू जी और हमारे थल सेना अध्यक्ष। देवियों और सज्जनों, we heartily welcome our honorable chief guest, special guest and all the distinguished delegates. आप सबका हार्दिक अभिवादन। India's expansive border regions are rich in both diversity and culture. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Shri Prema Khandu ji would be shortly joining us. As we go ahead, and if we talk about this conclave that plays a pioneering and a pivotal role in ensuring that our border regions are not only secure but are also instrumental in driving India's success story. धनुष उठा प्रहार कर, तू सबसे पहला वार कर, अग्नि सी धधक धधक, हिरन सा सजग सजग, सिंह सी दहाड़ कर, शंख सी पुकार कर, रुके न तू, थके न तू, झुके न तू, थमे न तू। हरिवंश राय बच्चन जी की इन पंक्तियों के साथ आप सबको सादर नमस्कार। मैं हूं आपकी सूत्रधार, मेरा नाम है शिखा सिंह। The Border Area Development Conclave is brought to you by the Indian Army and Center for Land Warfare Studies at the Manekshaw Center in our country's historic capital that is such a potpourri of cultural delights. स्वागत संबोधन के लिए अब मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ Deputy Chief of the Army Staff, Information Systems and Coordination, Lieutenant General Rakesh Kapoor.
आदरणीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह, आदरणीय मिनिस्टर फॉर कल्चर एंड टूरिज्म श्री गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत, वरिष्ठ अधिकारीगण, सम्मानित अतिथि, मैं चीफ ऑफ द आर्मी स्टाफ जनरल उपेंद्र द्विवेदी की तरफ से आप सबका हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं इस बॉर्डर एरिया डेवलपमेंट कॉन्क्लेव में। ये एक इंटर मिनिस्टीरियल कॉन्क्लेव है। जब हम अपनी सीमाओं या बॉर्डर एरियाज का ज्योग्राफिकल एनालिसिस करते हैं तो हमें महसूस होता है कि जब हम उत्तर और पूर्व की तरफ देखते हैं, ये पहाड़ी इलाके हैं जिसमें बहुत सारी मशहूर चोटियां हैं और इन चोटियों को चढ़ने के लिए विश्व के बहुत सारे माउंटेनियर्स आते हैं। इसी इलाके में विश्व का सेकंड लार्जेस्ट नॉन पोलर ग्लेशियर है जो सियाचिन ग्लेशियर है। जब हम दक्षिण की तरफ जाते हैं तो तटवर्तीय इलाके हैं और इसमें 1300 से भी ज्यादा द्वीप हैं। और जब हम पश्चिम की तरफ प्रस्थान करते हैं तो उधर एक बहुत बड़ा रेगिस्तान है और उस रेगिस्तान के साथ विश्व का सबसे बड़ा रन है जिसको रन ऑफ कच्छ के नाम से जाना जाता है और उसको कुछ लोग सफेद मरुस्थल भी बोलते हैं। ये सब जो इलाके हैं अलग अलग इधर रीति रिवाज है, अलग अलग रहन सहन का तरीका है, अलग अलग भाषाएं हैं। ये भी एक खासूसियत है अपने आप में। विश्व में बहुत कम ऐसे देश होंगे जिसमें ऐसी खासूसियत मौजूद होगी। जो सीमाएं या बॉर्डर एरियाज हैं वो सिर्फ रक्षा या सुरक्षा की तरफ से महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है, पर इनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान है आर्थिक स्थिति और राष्ट्र निर्माण में। जो सुरक्षा और आर्थिक स्थिति का संजीवी संबंध है, इसका सबसे बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट इंटरप्ले बॉर्डर एरियाज में देखने को मिलता है। जब सुरक्षा अच्छी होती है तो आर्थिक स्थिति भी अच्छी होती है, और जब आर्थिक स्थिति इतनी अच्छी नहीं होती तो सुरक्षा में भी चुनौतियां आती हैं। फौज की क्या खासूसियत है? हमारी फौज, इंडियन आर्मी, हिंदुस्तानी फौज इस देश के हर बॉर्डर एरिया में तैनात है। तो फौज का एक जिम्मेवारी बनती है कि बाकी एजेंसीज के साथ, चाहे वो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की हो, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की हो, प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स हो, उनके साथ तालमेल बना के इक्वल भागीदारी निभाए बॉर्डर एरिया डेवलपमेंट के लिए। इस बॉर्डर एरिया डेवलपमेंट कॉन्क्लेव में हम 4 बड़े पहलुओं पर चर्चा करेंगे। सबसे बड़ा पहलू है इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कैसे बनना चाहिए, रोड की अलाइनमेंट कैसे होनी चाहिए, रेलवे लाइन की अलाइनमेंट कैसे होनी चाहिए, किधर किधर रेलवे लाइन जानी चाहिए, एयरफील्ड्स किधर बननी चाहिए, ताकि बॉर्डर एरिया के जो नागरिक हैं उनको सहूलियत हो और फौज को भी अपनी कार्रवाई करने में मदद मिले। दूसरा पहलू है टेलीकम्युनिकेशंस। हम श्री प्रेमा खांडू को भी वेलकम करते हैं, चीफ मिनिस्टर अरुणाचल प्रदेश। दूसरा पहलू है टेलीकम्युनिकेशंस। अगर डिजिटल इंडिया को बॉर्डर एरियाज में लेकर जाना है और जो इतनी सारी गवर्नमेंट की फैसिलिटीज बॉर्डर एरिया के नागरिकों को प्रोवाइड करनी है, तो टेलीकॉम डिपार्टमेंट और टेलीकम्युनिकेशंस का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। और ये जो टेलीकम्युनिकेशन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनेगा, इससे फौज को भी बहुत मदद मिलेगी। चौथा पहलू है टूरिज्म। क्योंकि हमारे बॉर्डर एरियाज अनोखे हैं, सुंदर हैं, इधर बहुत सारा पोटेंशियल है, चाहे एडवेंचर टूरिज्म हो, क्योंकि बहुत सारी लड़ाइयां लड़ी हैं, बैटलफील्ड टूरिज्म, प्राचीन मंदिर हैं, स्पिरिचुअल टूरिज्म, इकोलॉजिकल टूरिज्म, इसका सबका पोटेंशियल है। पर टूरिस्ट कब जाएगा बॉर्डर एरिया में? जब बॉर्डर एरिया सुरक्षित होगा, उसको भरोसा है कि मैं उधर जा सकता हूं और उधर उसको सहूलियतें मिलेंगी उस बॉर्डर एरिया में। पर जब ये और इसका मिश्रण से उस बॉर्डर एरिया का विकास भी होगा। पर विकास के साथ साथ हमें यह भी पक्का यकीन करना पड़ेगा कि उसकी जो नेचुरल प्रकृति है और स्वच्छता है, उसको बरकरार रखनी पड़ेगी। और जो आखिरी और बहुत महत्वपूर्ण पहलू है वो है एजुकेशन। अगर इस एरिया का विकास होना है तो उधर इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज्ड एजुकेशन की जरूरत है, अपस्किलिंग की जरूरत है। जो युवा हैं वो किसी गलत रास्ते पर चले जाए। तो इन 4 पहलू को हम 2 बड़े सेशंस में चर्चा करेंगे। पहला सेशन है कि गवर्नमेंट एजेंसीज का क्या योगदान है, दूसरा सेशन है पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप कैसे बनानी है बॉर्डर एरिया डेवलपमेंट के लिए। और मैं आपको सबको बताना चाहता हूं, ये सारे सेशंस का हम लाइव यूट्यूब कवरेज कर रहे हैं, जो फौज के जितने बॉर्डर एरिया के फॉर्मेशंस हैं उनको मिल रहा है और टूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट के जितने स्टेट टूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं उनको मिल रहा है। और जो इन चर्चाओं का सुझाव आएंगे आप सबसे, उसका हम एक रोड मैप बनाएंगे, एक इंटर एजेंसी रोड मैप बनाएंगे और चीफ मिनिस्टर अरुणाचल प्रदेश की कंट्रीब्यूशन के साथ एक टेस्ट बेड इंप्लीमेंटेशन प्लान बनाएंगे, जो सारे सुझाव और ये रोड मैप अरुणाचल प्रदेश में इंप्लीमेंट किए जाएंगे और जो लेसन्स उसके निकलेंगे उसको बाकी बॉर्डर प्रांतों में भी अपनाएंगे। और अंत में मैं सिर्फ एक विचार आप लोगों के साथ छोड़ना चाहता हूं। अगर इस इनक्रेडिबल इंडिया को इनविंसिबल इंडिया बनाना है तो हम सबको टीम इंडिया बनकर काम करना पड़ेगा। जय हिंद।
Dhanyavad, Lieutenant General Kapoor, for an insightful welcome, I must say. We will now invite our special guest, ladies and gentlemen, whose career is truly a hallmark of excellence. अरुणाचल प्रदेश के सबसे युवा मुख्यमंत्री, जिन्होंने राज्य के दुर्गम क्षेत्रों में भी चहुमुखी विकास की पहुंच सुनिश्चित करी है। उन्होंने अपने प्रदेश को एक समृद्ध आत्मनिर्भर राज्य बनाने का संकल्प जो लिया है। अरुणाचल प्रदेश के परम आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री पेमा खांडू जी से अनुरोध है कि वे हमें संबोधित करें। सर, इट विल बी एन ऑनर।
इस समारोह के हमारे मुख्य अतिथि ऑनरेबल रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी, ऑनरेबल यूनियन मिनिस्टर कल्चर और टूरिज्म श्री गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत जी, जनरल भूपेंद्र द्विवेदी, चीफ ऑफ आर्मी, और यहाँ उपस्थित गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के सभी सीनियर ऑफिसर्स एंड इंडियन आर्मी के सभी सीनियर ऑफिसर्स एंड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव फ्रॉम वेरियस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। सबसे पहला तो मैं इंडियन आर्मी को अपनी ओर से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रकट करता हूँ। ये बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट आज कॉन्क्लेव, बॉर्डर एरिया डेवलपमेंट कॉन्क्लेव के नाम से यहाँ पे ऑर्गेनाइज़ किया है और जिसमें अरुणाचल प्रदेश का यहाँ पे बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट रोल आने वाला दिनों में पूरे देश को जो लेके कंट्रीब्यूट करेंगे और अरुणाचल को एक स्पेशल तौर पे यहाँ पे चुना गया है। जैसे हम सब जो जानते हैं कि ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के लीडरशिप में लास्ट 10 इयर्स में जो विकास हुआ है और ख़ास करके जो बॉर्डर एरिया में जो डेवलपमेंट हुआ है वो हमसे अच्छा, और हम जो लोग बॉर्डर एरिया में जो बसने वाले लोग, हमसे अच्छा कोई समझ नहीं सकता है। अभी 10 साल में जो डेवलपमेंट, खास करके जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट जो आया अरुणाचल प्रदेश और जितने भी जो हमारा खास करके जो नॉर्दर्न बेल्ट के जितने भी जो राज्य हैं उसमें ज़मीन आसमान का फ़र्क हम लोग देख सकते हैं। आज यहाँ पे जितने भी हमारा इंडियन आर्मी से जो सीनियर ऑफिसर्स हैं, आप सबको पता है कि मोदी साहब आने के बाद में क्या विजिबली क्या इम्पैक्ट हुआ है, डेवलपमेंट हुआ है। अगर मैं अरुणाचल प्रदेश का बात करूँ तो हमारे पास 11 बॉर्डर डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं और करीबन 29 बॉर्डर ब्लॉक्स हैं। तो पहले के ज़माने में रोड नहीं होने का कारण से पूरा राज्य में डेवलपमेंट का बहुत बड़ा इशू हुआ करता था, मगर आज देखिए राज्य का जो मेन सिटीज़ जहां अर्बन एरियाज़ वो सब रोड्स अच्छा वेल कनेक्टेड हो गया। और यही नहीं बल्कि जो बॉर्डर एरियाज़ उसमें भी अभी डेवलपमेंट का पेस काफ़ी स्पीड से अभी पकड़ रहा है। ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब के लीडरशिप पे जो वाइब्रेंट विलेज प्रोग्राम आज से 2 साल पहले जो लॉन्च हुआ है उससे खास करके जो बॉर्डर स्टेट्स है लाइक अरुणाचल प्रदेश काफ़ी चेंजेस हम लोगों को देखने को मिल रहा है। अभी जो वाइब्रेंट विलेज के अंदर में जो काम जो चल रहा है, तो जहाँ पे अनकनेक्टेड जो हैबिटेशंस जो था उस सब में अभी रोड्स का काम अभी बनना शुरू हो रहा है। प्रेजेंटली 1022 किलोमीटर्स फॉर 124 हैबिटेशंस का काम जो है वो अभी चल रहा है। और आप सबको पता है कि जो फर्स्ट फेज ऑफ वाइब्रेंट विलेज प्रोग्राम के अंतर्गत में 455 हैबिटेशंस अरुणाचल का फर्स्ट फेज में इसमें अंडरटेक हम लोग कर चुका है। इसके अलावा 186 जो डेवलपमेंटल इनिशिएटिव्स है मेंट फॉर 156 विलेजेस, उसका भी हम लोग काम कर रहा है। अभी थोड़ा देर पहले हमारा लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल साहब ने जो कहा कि खास करके जो ब्रॉड जो 4 पैरामीटर्स है आज के इस कॉन्क्लेव में जो डिस्कशन करेंगे, स्किलिंग हो गया, इसका बाद फिर टूरिज़्म को किस प्रकार से कोऑर्डिनेट वहाँ पे करना है, इसका बाद वहाँ पे हमारा आर्मी और सिविलियंस का जो जो रिलेशन है उसको लेके फिर किस प्रकार से आगे बढ़ना है। तो ये मानता हूँ कुल मिला के जो ये 4 पॉइंट जो यहाँ पे आज डिस्कशन जो करेंगे टेक्निकल सेशन में, आने वाला दिनों में भरपूर हमारा पूरा जितने भी जो नॉर्दर्न स्टेट्स है सभी बॉर्डर स्टेट्स को हम लोग को बेनिफिट इससे ज़रूर मिलेंगे। और ख़ास करके मैं आज के इस फोरम में अपना इंडियन आर्मी को मैं धन्यवाद प्रकट करना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि जो आप लोग जो 2 इम्पोर्टेंट कार्यक्रम जो चला रहा है, ऑपरेशन सद्भावना और प्रोजेक्ट समरिटन, ये 2 प्रोग्राम के ज़रिए से हमारा जितने भी जो बॉर्डर एरियाज़ में जो गांव वाले हैं उनका डेवलपमेंट में हो, चाहे एजुकेशन में हो या हेल्थ रिलेटेड एक्टिविटीज़ में हो, उससे काफ़ी फ़र्क हुआ है। तो मैं माननीय अपना आरएम साहब को भी रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि इस प्रोग्राम्स को और भी हम लोगों को सपोर्ट करना है। सो इन कॉन्टेक्स्ट टू अरुणाचल प्रदेश हमने वहाँ पे एक मॉडल हमने शुरुआत किया है। हर एक साल अपना जो चीफ सेक्रेटरी के अंतर्गत में हमारा इंडियन आर्मी के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव, बॉर्डर रोड्स के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव और आईटीबीपी उनके भी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव को बुला के बॉर्डर एरियाज़ को और किस प्रकार से हम लोगों को डेवलपमेंट होना चाहिए। पहले क्या होता था कि आर्मी अपना एक प्लानिंग करता था, बॉर्डर रोड्स अपना एक अलग से प्लानिंग, आईटीबीपी का प्लानिंग फिर अलग से हुआ करता था, और राज्य सरकार फिर अलग दिशा में अपना खुद प्लानिंग होता था। तो प्लानिंग को भी सिंक्रोनाइज करते हुए एक ही टेबल में बैठकर रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है, नेशनल इंपॉर्टेंस का प्रोजेक्ट्स क्या है, उसका मुताबिक हम लोग सिंक होके तब जाके हम लोग भारत सरकार का पास में अप्रोच करता। ये जो पैटर्न जो है अभी भी हम लोग फॉलो कर रहा है। उससे क्या हो रहा है कि हम लोगों का जो भारत सरकार भी कन्फ्यूजन नहीं होता है, क्योंकि एक ही रूफ में हम लोग पूरा प्लानिंग करके जब आते हैं तो माइंड भी क्लियर होता है, तो प्रोजेक्ट सैंक्शनिंग में भी हम लोगों को दिक्कत नहीं होता है। तो इसलिए जो काम का जो प्लानिंग इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। और बॉर्डर एरिया को जिस प्रकार से अभी जो डेवलपमेंट जो करेंगे, खास करके जो टूरिज़्म के क्षेत्र में, मैं मानता हूँ कि आने वाला दिनों में हमारा जो रूरल इकोनॉमी में टूरिज़्म जो है बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करेंगे। आज के इस इवेंट में हमारा जो एडवेंचर टूरिज़्म ऑपरेटर्स एसोसिएशन का भी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव यहाँ आए हुए हैं। तो इस बार का जो नेशनल कॉन्क्लेव जो है मैं तवांग में ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहा हूँ। तो आने वाला दिनों में खास करके अरुणाचल प्रदेश में बहुत सुंदर जगह है, और वो जितने भी जो सुंदर और हिस्टोरिकल जगह है ज़्यादातर बॉर्डर एरियाज़ में है। तो हम लोग प्लान कर रहे हैं कि आने वाला दिनों में उसमें टूरिज़्म का फुटफॉल इंक्रीज़ करने के लिए हाई एल्टीट्यूड ट्रैकिंग ट्रेल्स भी हम लोग डेवलपमेंट करेंगे। और राज्य सरकार की ओर से हमेशा ये कोशिश रहा है इन कोलैबोरेशन विद इंडियन आर्मी कि जितना दूर तक हो सके हम लोगों का टूरिज़्म को आगे बढ़ाना होगा। मेरा अपना ही कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी जो वहाँ पे जंग मुक्तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी है वो भी अपना बॉर्डर में ही, इंडो तिब्बत बॉर्डर में ही पड़ता है। आप सभी लोगों को पता होगा ये जो होली वाटरफॉल इट इज़ इन माय ओन असेंबली कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी। तो वहाँ में होली वाटरफॉल में भी मैंने टूरिज़्म को अट्रैक्ट करने के लिए, क्योंकि रिलीजियसली वहाँ पे जो भगवान बुद्ध पद्म संभवा का काफ़ी स्पिरिचुअल जगह हम लोग मानते हैं। तो वहाँ में भी हम लोग ने एक गुम्बा बनाया और आर्मी का साथ मिलके वहाँ में एक फेस्टिवल भी हम लोग ने ऑर्गेनाइज़ किया। सो इस तरह का हम लोगों को और भी चीज़ डेवलप करना होगा। अपना ही देश है, अपना ही देश में टूरिज़्म को हम लोग बहुत एग्रेसिवली हम लोगों को बढ़ाना होगा। एंड मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंटली जिन एरिया में जो हमारे गाँव वाले जो बसे हुए हैं बॉर्डर एरियाज़ में, उन लोगों को एक सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के लिए, एक सोर्स ऑफ इनकम जनरेट करने के लिए आई थिंक ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट एक पार्ट होगा अंडर द वाइब्रेंट विलेज प्रोग्राम। और जिसमें आर्मी जहाँ पे हम लोगों का हिस्सेदार है, हम लोगों का पार्टनर्स है, वहाँ तो कुछ भी प्रोजेक्ट सक्सेस नहीं होने का सवाल ही नहीं है। सो दिस इज़ ए वेरी गुड इनिशिएटिव। आरएम साहब और जितने भी सीनियर आर्मी ऑफिसर्स हैं, हमारा चीफ ऑफ आर्मी, आप सभी को भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और इस चीज़ को ग्राउंड में हम लोग ज़रूर इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे। अरुणाचल प्रदेश की जनता और अरुणाचल सरकार की ओर से आप सभी को मैं ये आश्वासन देता हूँ कि वाइब्रेंट विलेज प्रोग्राम को लेते हुए, और ख़ास करके जो आज 4 एजेंडास जो यहाँ पे ड्रॉ हुआ है, जो भी इसमें जो ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग करके पॉइंट्स निकलेंगे, हम उसको इन लेटर एंड स्पिरिट हम ग्राउंड में इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे। तो एक दो बात बोलने का जो मौका दिया है, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
माननीय महोदय जी, आपके दूरदर्शी विचारों से हम सब प्रोत्साहित हुए और इस कार्यक्रम का मान और बढ़ा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद एक बार फिर से आपको। Well, they say that good things happen when we work as individuals, but great things happen when we all come together. Thank you so much to all of you for coming together. To talk about the current border area development landscape, आमंत्रित करेंगे अब हम एक ऐसे लोकनायक, जननायक, जिनकी सादगी और मजबूत राजनीतिक दृष्टिकोण ने उन्हें भारत के प्रमुख नेताओं में स्थान दिलाया है. Well, an interesting fact about Sir is that he's popularly known for his wise use of social media. And in fact, he's the most followed Indian politician on Quora. Well, एक सक्रिय राजनीतिज्ञ जो शिक्षा, कला, साहित्य, खेल, व्यापार, हस्तकला और अन्य उद्योगों को बढ़ावा देने के लिए प्रसिद्ध हैं. केंद्रीय संस्कृति एवं पर्यटन मंत्री हमारे वरिष्ठ अतिथि माननीय श्री गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत जी. ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर, रिक्वेस्ट यू टू प्लीज एड्रेस द ऑगस्ट गैदरिंग.
सुविचारित बॉर्डर एरिया डेवलपमेंट कॉन्क्लेव में जिनके नेतृत्व में, जिनके मार्गदर्शन में इस विषय को आगे हम सब मिलकर के बढ़ाने वाले हैं, श्रद्धेय रक्षा मंत्री आदरणीय राजनाथ सिंह साहब, अरुणाचल प्रदेश के युवा और यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री मेरे मित्र श्री पेमा खांडू जी, मंच पर उपस्थित चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ जनरल द्विवेदी साहब, मंच पर बैठे और मंच के सामने बैठे हुए सभी सम्मानित महानुभाव, आज इस विषय को लेकर के हम सब लोग यहाँ आदरणीय रक्षा मंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में एकत्रित आए हैं. हम सब का एक साथ यहाँ बैठना भारत में बदलती हुई संस्कृति का द्योतक है. अब से पहले देश में विभिन्न विभागों को या मंत्रालयों को छोड़ दीजिए, कम से कम किसी ऐसे विषय पर एक साथ बैठने की पद्धति एक विद इन द मिनिस्ट्री भी नहीं हुआ करती थी. सम्मानीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरह से देश का परिदृश्य बदला है और काम करने की पद्धति बदली है, उसका सटीक उदाहरण आज हम सबका यहाँ साथ बैठना, एक साथ आना, ये दर्शाता है. इसके अतिरिक्त भी जिस तरह से पिछले 10 साल में भारत का परिदृश्य बदला, भारत की सीमाएं सुरक्षित हुई और सुरक्षित सीमाएं सशक्त भारत, सुरक्षित सीमाएं समृद्ध भारत, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के इस नारे के साथ में जिस तरह से सामूहिक प्रयासों के चलते हुए जिस तरह का वायुमंडल देश की सीमाओं पर बना है, मुझे क्योंकि अपने जीवन में छात्र राजनीति में का कालखंड समाप्त होने के बाद लगभग 20 साल तक सीमावर्ती क्षेत्र पर काम करने का सौभाग्यपूर्ण अवसर मिला था और देश की थल सीमा पर लगभग सब जगह पर मुझे जाने का सौभाग्यपूर्ण अवसर मिला है. सुदूर कच्छ से लेकर के और अरुणाचल प्रदेश में किबिथु तक शायद कोई ऐसी जगह होगी जहां मैं नहीं गया हूं. लेकिन परिदृश्य जिस तरह से बदल रहा है कि पहले भारत की सेना और सेना से जुड़े हुए विभिन्न अंग उपांग हम रेस्ट्रिक्टिव मोड में हुआ करते थे कि यहाँ कोई न आए, बस ऐसा हमारा सोच होता था. भारत के हालात बदले और भारत का परिदृश्य बदला है. आज का जो ये कॉन्क्लेव है, इससे बेहतर कोई भी उसका उदाहरण नहीं हो सकता. हम सब ने साथ मिलकर के बैठकर किस तरह से हम अपने बॉर्डर एरिया का डेवलपमेंट कर सकें. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इसकी संकल्पना वाइब्रेंट विलेज प्रोग्राम के माध्यम से की थी और हमारे सीमावर्ती क्षेत्र पर बसे हुए दूरस्थ गांवों को एक्टिविटी का केंद्र हम किस तरह से बना सकते हैं ताकि वहां से बेहतर जीवन की आकांक्षा को लेकर के होने वाला निरंतर पलायन हम रोक सकें, विच इज स्ट्रेटेजिकली आल्सो इक्वली इंपॉर्टेंट. और साथ साथ में हम वहां उनके लिए लाइवलीहुड के नए ऑप्शंस क्रिएट कर सकें. इस दृष्टिकोण से ये जो सामूहिक समन्वित सम्मिलित प्रयास है, ये निश्चित रूप से अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण होने वाला है. अगर मैं पर्यटन की दृष्टिकोण से देखूं तो हमारा देश विच इज़ फुल ऑफ डाइवर्सिटीज़, विविधताओं से भरा हुआ है। हमारे यहाँ कल्चर की, कॉस्ट्यूम की, क्यूजीन की, लैंडस्केप की, ज्योग्राफिकल लोकेशंस की, इतनी तरह की डाइवर्सिटीज़ हिंदुस्तान में हैं कि हिंदुस्तान को देखने और जानने के लिए मैं ये जिम्मेदारी से कहता हूँ कि किसी एक व्यक्ति का जीवन भी पर्याप्त नहीं है। और दूसरी तरफ पर्यटन के क्षेत्र में जिस तरह से नई संभावनाएं बन रही, ड्यूअल अपॉर्चुनिटी विच इज अवेलेबल फॉर अस। एक तो भारत की समृद्धि जिस तरह से बढ़ी, भारत का वैभव और भारत की शक्ति और भारत का सामर्थ्य जिस तरह से विश्व पटल पर नए सिरे से पिछले कुछ वर्षों में उभरा है, उसके चलते हुए भारत की एक्सेप्टेंस और भारत की तरफ देखने का नजरिया विश्व भर का बदला है। जिस भारत को कौतूहल भरी दृष्टि से भारत की संस्कृति, सांस्कृतिक वैभव, भारत के ऐश्वर्य, भारत की संपदा, भारत के ज्ञान, भारत के विज्ञान, भारत की कला, इन सब के चलते हुए सदियों पहले जिस भारत की तरफ लोग देखते थे, जिस आकांक्षा अपेक्षा के साथ देखते थे, जिस कौतूहल के साथ में देखते थे, वो कौतूहल का भाव एक बार पूरे विश्व के नजरों में वापस उद्भूत होता हुआ ऐसा महसूस हो रहा है। तो एक तरफ विश्व भारत को देखना और जानना चाहता है और दूसरी तरफ भारत के लोगों की समृद्धि जिस तरह से बढ़ी है, सम्मानीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के प्रयास, उनकी नीतियों के चलते हुए भारत में जिस तरह से हमारा मध्यम वर्ग बढ़ा हुआ है और खड़ा हुआ है, पॉलिसीज को जिस तरह से धरातल पर उतारा, उनके चलते हुए जिस तरह से भारत में गरीबी की रेखा से 25 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोग बाहर निकल करके मध्यम वर्ग में आए, और वो एस्पायरिंग क्लास जो पिछले जनरेशन से इस बात के लिए वेट कर रही थी कि कभी हम भी घर से बाहर निकल करके देश को जानने और पहचानने के लिए का मौका प्राप्त कर सकेंगे, वो आज देश से बाहर निकलने लगा है। इन अपॉर्चुनिटीज के चलते हमारे सामने एक चुनौती भी खड़ी हुई, जो हमारे ट्रेडिशनल जितने भी टूरिस्ट स्पॉट्स हैं, आइकॉनिक टूरिस्ट स्पॉट्स हैं, वो सब जो हैं वो कंजेशन फील कर रहे हैं। वहां पर जो है क्षमता से ज्यादा टूरिस्ट वहां पहुंच रहा है। और ऐसी परिस्थिति में आज हम सबका यहां साथ बैठना कि हम बॉर्डर एरिया पे, जहां एक तरफ लफ्जल कपूर जिस तरह से व्याख्या कर रहे थे कि एक तरफ पहाड़ से लेकर के, ग्लेशियर से लेकर के, सुदूर रेगिस्तान से लेकर के, और नीचे दक्षिण में हमारी समुद्र राशि से लेकर के घने जंगलों तक, सब तरह की कल्चरल डाइवर्सिटी से लेकर के नेचुरल डाइवर्सिटी जो है, जिस तरह से विपुल संपदा के रूप में हमारे पूरे सीमावर्ती क्षेत्र में उपलब्ध है, ये निश्चित रूप से हमें एक नई अपॉर्चुनिटी का विंडो देता है। और अगर इसमें भारत की सेना साथ मिलकर के और इस दिशा में हम आगे प्रयास करें, तो मैं एक बहुत सुनहरा भविष्य टूरिज्म के दृष्टिकोण से भी देखता हूं। और आने वाले समय में हम किस तरह से उन बॉर्डर एरिया पे रहने वाले लोगों को, क्योंकि मैं तो जैसलमेर में जन्मा हूँ, बॉर्डर पे जन्मा हुआ व्यक्ति हूँ, और जैसलमेर और जोधपुर का प्रतिनिधित्व लोकसभा में करता हूँ, इसलिए टूरिज्म की महत्ता को भी जानता हूँ और बॉर्डर के पर रहने वाले लोगों के लिए टूरिज्म किस तरह से महत्वपूर्ण है, इसको भी अच्छी तरह से व्यक्तिगत रूप से मैंने अनुभव किया है। और बॉर्डर एरिया पर टूरिस्ट के लिए और टूर ऑपरेटर्स के लिए या स्टेक होल्डर्स के लिए किस तरह की चुनौतियां और चैलेंजेज है, मैं इसको भी बहुत अच्छी तरह से समझता हूं। लेकिन निश्चित रूप से आज से जो शुरुआत हो रही है, ये शुरुआत हमको एक नई दिशा भी देगी। और इस सामूहिक सोच के साथ में जो इस मंथन से जो नवनीत निकलेगा, जो अमृत निकलेगा, वो भारत के टूरिज्म सेक्टर को भी और भारत के वाइब्रेंसी को भी और अधिक ऊंचाई तक लेकर के जाएगा। भारत को देखने जानने की उत्कंठा रखने वाले भारत के लोग भी और पूरी दुनिया से आने वाले लोग भी हमारे पूर्वोत्तर भारत, हमारे दक्षिण भारत, हमारे जो है पश्चिमी भारत को और अधिक बेहतर तरीके से जान और समझ पाएंगे। और भारत के लोग जो आज नए डेस्टिनेशंस की खोज में भारत से बाहर जा रहे हैं, दुनिया के दूसरे देशों में जा रहे हैं, निश्चित ही ये नए एवेन्यूज अगर हम खोल पाते हैं तो भारत से बाहर जाने वाले लोगों पर भी, टूरिस्ट पर भी कुछ संख्या में विराम हम लगा सकेंगे, क्योंकि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इज द की। और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरह से इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर काम हुआ है, 1,50,000 किलोमीटर से ज़्यादा सड़कें बनी है, नए रेल नेटवर्क बने, रेलवे का मॉडर्नाइजेशन हुआ है, नई तरीके की रेल आई है, हवाई यात्रा के नए एवेन्यूज बने, और ये तो सब कुछ पिछले 10 साल में हुआ है। जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना और सोच है कि हम 2047 तक जिस मुकाम तक भारत को पहुंचाना चाहते हैं, उस मुकाम तक पहुंचने वाले भारत के अंदर जिस तरह से इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट होगा, और जो होना है अवश्यंभावी है। उस विकसित भारत के डेवलपमेंट को अगर हम कोहेसिव मैनर में सब लोग साथ मिलकर के करेंगे, विचार करते हुए करेंगे, तो निश्चित ही वो और अधिक प्रोडक्टिव होगा। मैं इस शुरुआत के लिए सम्माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी के प्रति कृतज्ञता का भाव रखते हुए आप सबका धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं। विस्तार से बैठेंगे और जब अधिकारी बैठेंगे, इस विषय पर चर्चा होगी, तो निश्चित रूप से ये जो अमृत निकलेगा, ये अमृत देश के जो विकसित भारत का जो स्वप्न है उसको साकार करने की दिशा में बहुत सार्थक होगा। बहुत सारा अभिनंदन।
Thank you very much, sir, for your encouragement and also for sharing, may I say, very actionable strategies to enhance tourism infrastructure and promote the unique cultural heritage of our border regions. हमारे मुख्य अतिथि संबोधन के लिए अब हम आमंत्रित करेंगे हमारे माननीय रक्षा मंत्री को, जिनके नेतृत्व में भारतीय सेना का कैपेबिलिटी डेवलपमेंट और आधुनिकीकरण हो रहा है। वे अपनी निष्ठा, कार्यशैली और देशभक्ति के लिए जाने जाते हैं। प्रभावशाली और अति आदरणीय श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी, आपसे अनुरोध है कि आप हमारा मार्गदर्शन करें, हमें संबोधित करें।
श्रीमान गजेंद्र सिंह जी शेखावत, पर्यटन मंत्री भारत सरकार, और मेरे बहुत ही डायनेमिक चीफ मिनिस्टर और यंगेस्ट चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ दिस कंट्री श्री पेमा खांडू जी, मुख्यमंत्री हिमाचल प्रदेश, जनरल उपेंद्र द्विवेदी, चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ, लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल NS राजा सुब्रमणी, वाइस चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ, अन्य सारे सीनियर ऑफिशियल्स और हमारे अन्य पार्टिसिपेंट्स, सबसे पहले तो मैं आप सबको बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि आपने बॉर्डर एरिया डेवलपमेंट जैसे महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर इस कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन किया है। इस प्रकार के कॉन्क्लेव से स्वाभाविक रूप से स्पष्ट संदेश जाता है कि हमारी सरकार, हमारी सेनाएं और देश के सीमावर्ती इलाकों के विकास के प्रति पूरी तरह से कमिटेड हैं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इस कॉन्क्लेव के दौरान हम सब बॉर्डर एरिया डेवलपमेंट से संबंधित जितने भी मुद्दे हैं, जितने भी पहलू हैं, सभी पहलुओं पर गंभीरतापूर्वक विचार करेंगे और यहाँ से ऐसी बातें निकलेंगी जो देश के सीमावर्ती इलाकों के साथ साथ हमारी इकॉनमी और हमारे देश के एक कम्प्रिहेंसिव डेवलपमेंट, समग्र विकास के लिए भी वह सहायक सिद्ध होंगी। साथियों, बॉर्डर एरिया डेवलपमेंट पर बात करने से पहले मैं आप सबसे बॉर्डर इस शब्द के ऊपर कुछ बातें करना चाहूँगा। आपने देखा होगा कि आमतौर पर बॉर्डर शब्द यह सुनते ही एक आम आदमी के मन में कटीले तारों से घिरा हुआ कोई ऐसा क्षेत्र स्वाभाविक रूप से ध्यान में आता है। फिल्मों आदि के माध्यम से हमारे मन में बात बैठ गई है कि शायद बॉर्डर मतलब ऐसा इलाका जहाँ दिन रात गोलियां ही चलती रहती हैं। बच्चों से बात करिए, वो कहते हैं बॉर्डर पर तो खूब गोली चलती होगी। और कुछ विशेष परिस्थितियों में तो यह बात कुछ हद तक सही भी हो सकती है, जैसी परिस्थितियां हैं इस समय। पर बॉर्डर हर जगह ऐसा ही हो यह आवश्यक नहीं है। बॉर्डर एरिया में जो गांव हैं, घर हैं, वहाँ हमारे आपके जैसे ही लोग रहते हैं। साथियों, अगर मैं भारत के सीमावर्ती क्षेत्रों की बात करूं तो मैं आप सब जानते हैं और इस बात को अच्छी तरह जानते हैं कि हमारा बॉर्डर हर जगह एक जैसा नहीं है। भारत की भौगोलिक स्थिति ऐसी है कि दक्षिण में यह 3 ओर से समुद्र से घुरा हुआ है, यहाँ की परिस्थितियाँ अलग हैं। पश्चिम में यदि हम देखें तो कच्छ के रन से लेकर राजस्थान और पंजाब का जो क्षेत्र है, वहाँ की चैलेंजेज कुछ अलग हैं। उत्तर में कश्मीर से लेकर नॉर्थ ईस्ट तक एक हिमालय होने के कारण वहाँ चैलेंजेज अलग हैं। यानी हर जगह अलग अलग तरीके की ज्योग्राफी होने के कारण उनकी अलग अलग चुनौतियाँ हैं और उसके अनुसार हमें वहाँ के डेवलपमेंट पर ध्यान देना होगा और हम ध्यान देना चाहते भी हैं। साथियों, यह कहते हुए मुझे हर्ष और साथ ही साथ गौरव की अनुभूति होती है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार ने बॉर्डर एरिया डेवलपमेंट पर पूरी कमिटमेंट के साथ ध्यान दिया है और इसके बारे में हमारे पेमा खांडू जी ने और हमारे गजेंद्र शेखावत जी ने भी आपके समक्ष बातें रखी हैं। और यह बात सिर्फ मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, बल्कि सारे फैक्ट्स इस बात की गवाही हैं। यदि मैं इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट की बात करूं तो आप सबको यह सुनकर सुखद आश्चर्य होगा कि पिछले 10 वर्षों में बॉर्डर रोड्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन द्वारा बॉर्डर रीजन्स में हमने 8,500 किलोमीटर से अधिक रोड्स का निर्माण करने में कामयाबी हासिल की है। इसके अलावा यदि मैं ब्रिजेस की बात करूं तो इन वर्षों में हमने लगभग 400 परमानेंट ब्रिजेस का भी निर्माण किया है। और इसकी मैं सराहना इसलिए करता हूं क्योंकि जब मैं यहाँ होम मिनिस्टर रहा हूं तब भी, और जब मैं एक बार सरफेस ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर रहा हूं उस समय भी बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के काम को देखा है। और आज मैं बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के काम को देखता हूं, बड़ा अंतर मुझे देखने को मिलता है। और मैं बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने जो भी काम किया है उसके लिए मैं उसको विशेष रूप से बधाई देना चाहता हूं। अटल टनल हो या फिर सेला टनल हो और या फिर विश्व की सबसे ऊंची टनल बनने जा रही ये हमारी शिंकुला टनल हो, यह सब बॉर्डर एरिया डेवलपमेंट में मील के पत्थर साबित होंगे, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। बॉर्डर एरिया डेवलपमेंट के लिए हमारी सरकार ने 220 किलोवोल्ट श्रीनगर लेह इलेक्ट्रिसिटी लाइन को चालू किया, जिससे लद्दाख के सीमावर्ती क्षेत्र नेशनल इलेक्ट्रिसिटी ग्रिड से जुड़ पाए हैं। इसके साथ साथ सिक्किम सहित हमारे उत्तर पूर्वी राज्यों के ट्रांसमिशन और डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के बुनियादी ढांचों को मजबूत किया जा रहा है। शायद इस बात की भी आप सबको जानकारी होगी। साथियों, मेरा यह मानना है कि सड़क और बिजली ऐसी यह बुनियादी सुविधाएं हैं जो किसी भी क्षेत्र के विकास की नींव बनती हैं, और हमारी सरकार इसको देश के कोने कोने तक पहुंचाने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध है। सीमावर्ती इलाकों में सड़कों और पुलों के जाल बिछाकर हमने इन सेंसिटिव रीजन्स में शीघ्रता के साथ मिलिट्री डिप्लॉयमेंट्स को तो सुनिश्चित किया ही है, इसके साथ साथ हमने यह भी इंश्योर किया है कि इन सड़कों के माध्यम से सीमावर्ती इलाकों में रह रहे लोग देश की बाकी आबादी के साथ भी वह आसानी के साथ जुड़ सकें। डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूती प्रदान करते हुए हमने देश के सीमावर्ती गांवों में भारत नेट ब्रॉडबैंड प्रोजेक्ट के माध्यम से 1500 से अधिक गांवों में हाई स्पीड इंटरनेट भी मुहैया कराया है। सिर्फ पिछले 4 सालों में ही हमने 7,000 से अधिक सीमावर्ती गांवों को इंटरनेट कनेक्शन से जोड़ा है, और इनमें भी हमारा ज़्यादातर फोकस लद्दाख और अरुणाचल प्रदेश के सेंसिटिव इलाकों पर रहा है। ऐसे अनेक उदाहरण दिए जा सकते हैं जो ये बताते हैं कि कैसे बॉर्डर एरिया डेवलपमेंट शुरुआत से ही हमारी प्रायोरिटीज में से एक रहा है। साथियों, डेवलपमेंट का अर्थ सिर्फ यह नहीं है कि हमने बॉर्डर के आसपास के क्षेत्रों में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप कर दिया, सड़कें बना दी, पुल बना दिए और टनल्स बना दिए। रोड्स, ब्रिजेज और टनल्स का अपना महत्व होता है, इसमें कहीं दो मत नहीं है। बिना इसके बॉर्डर एरिया डेवलपमेंट किसी भी सूरत में संभव भी नहीं है। इन सभी प्रयासों को मैं एक महत्वपूर्ण साधन के रूप में देखता हूं और माध्यम के तौर पर भी इसे देखता हूं, पर हमारा साध्य या कहें हमारा लक्ष्य इससे कहीं ज़्यादा बड़ा है। हमारा लक्ष्य है राज्य सरकारों के साथ मिलकर संबंधित क्षेत्र के लोगों की जीवन की बेहतरी सुनिश्चित करना। हमारा लक्ष्य है उन क्षेत्रों में शिक्षा की समुचित पहुंच। हमारा लक्ष्य है उन क्षेत्रों में उचित स्वास्थ्य व्यवस्था की उपलब्धता। हमारा उद्देश्य है उन क्षेत्रों के नौजवानों को स्किल्ड बनाना, जिससे वे अपने परिवार और समाज की बेहतरी में योगदान दें। इसी प्रकार चाहे कृषि हो या व्यापार, उनमें बढ़ोतरी और महिलाओं, बच्चों और बुजुर्गों की क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ को इंश्योर करना हमारा प्रमुख उद्देश्य है, और हम इस ओर लगातार आगे बढ़ भी रहे हैं। इस संदर्भ में मैं अरुणाचल प्रदेश सरकार द्वारा सीमावर्ती गांवों तक विकास पहुंचाने में भारत सरकार के सहयोग के लिए विशेष रूप से मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं, और मैं यहाँ जानबूझकर सीमावर्ती गांव शब्द का यह प्रयोग कर रहा हूं। मैं उन्हें सुदूर गांव नहीं मानता, मैं उन्हें रिमोट विलेज नहीं मानता। मैं पहले भी कई बार अपने एक मंचों से इस बात को कह चुका हूं कि हम सबको सीमावर्ती इलाकों को सुदूर गांव कहकर संबोधित करने की यह आदत छोड़नी होगी। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कई बार कहा है कि वे सुदूर गांव नहीं हैं, बल्कि उन गांवों से तो भारत की शुरुआत होती है और वे तो भारत के पहले गांव हैं और उनकी सुरक्षा व उनका विकास तो हमारी यह सबसे पहली प्राथमिकता भी होनी चाहिए। यह वाकई दुर्भाग्य की बात है कि हमने अब तक सुदूर कह कह के उनको विकास से दूर रखा, जबकि भारत के शुरुआती गांव होने के नाते वह सभी क्षेत्र विकास के सबसे पहले हकदार थे। साथियों, हमारे सामने एक और प्रश्न उठता है कि फिजिकल तथा डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट के अलावा हम इन क्षेत्रों के विकास के लिए और क्या क्या कर सकते हैं। इसके लिए मैं समझता हूं कि टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने से बेहतर कदम शायद ही कोई और हो। यदि आप हिमालय से सटे हुए हमारे बॉर्डर एरिया को देखें तो आप यह पाएंगे कि उन सीमावर्ती इलाकों में एक अलग प्रकार की नैसर्गिक सुंदरता भी आपको देखने को मिलती है। मैं खुद भी इस बात को स्वीकार करता हूं कि जब भी मैं भारत के सीमावर्ती क्षेत्रों में जाता हूं, वहां की प्राकृतिक सुंदरता देखकर मेरे मन को भी एक शांति प्राप्त होती है। ऐसा लगता है जैसे यह इलाके अपनी तरफ स्वाभाविक रूप से खींच रहे हों। तवांग, लेह, नुब्रा वैली और जैसलमेर जैसे सुंदर स्थानों पर आखिर स्वाभाविक है, कोई भी टूरिस्ट होगा उसकी पहली इच्छा होगी कि हमको वहां जाना चाहिए। पर्यटन बॉर्डर एरियाज के विकास के लिए मैं समझता हूं यह एक कैटलिस्ट का काम करता है। जम्मू कश्मीर, हिमाचल प्रदेश, उत्तराखंड और नॉर्थ ईस्ट के क्षेत्र हमारे लिए टूरिस्ट हॉट स्पॉट हैं और इनमें अपार संभावनाएं भी हैं। टूरिज्म के इतने हाई पोटेंशियल होने की बावजूद इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की कमी के कारण बॉर्डर एरिया में टूरिज्म सेक्टर उस प्रकार से प्रगति नहीं कर पा रहा था जिस प्रकार से उसे प्रगति करनी चाहिए थी। लेकिन जैसे ही हमने इन क्षेत्रों में डेवलपमेंट की दिशा में काम करना प्रारंभ किया, वैसे ही वहां पर टूरिस्ट की संख्या भी स्वाभाविक रूप से लगातार बढ़ती चली गई। 2020 से लेकर 2023 तक के 3 वर्षों में लद्दाख, सिक्किम, अरुणाचल प्रदेश का टूरिज्म 30% तक बढ़ा है। इसी तरह कश्मीर में पिछले कुछ वर्षों की अपेक्षा टूरिज्म में अच्छी खासी बढ़ोतरी भी देखी गई है। साथियों, बढ़ते टूरिज्म का ही यह असर है कि इन क्षेत्रों में जॉब क्रिएशन और लोकल इकोनॉमी में भी वृद्धि देखी गई है और मुझे बताया गया है कि लोकल हैंडीक्राफ्ट्स, हॉस्पिटैलिटी और ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर्स में पिछले कुछ वर्षों में अच्छी खासी संख्या में जॉब भी क्रिएट हुए हैं। जब सीमावर्ती क्षेत्रों में साथियों इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट होगा तो इसके कई सारे पॉजिटिव आउटकम्स भी स्वाभाविक रूप से हमको देखने को मिलेंगे। उनमें से एक आउटकम रिवर्स माइग्रेशन के रूप में भी होगा और हम सब जानते हैं कि माइग्रेशन में पुश और पुल फैक्टर्स यह दोनों काम करते हैं। कोई व्यक्ति अपने क्षेत्र से दूसरे क्षेत्र में तभी जाता है जब उसके क्षेत्र में स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा तथा अन्य सुविधाओं की कोई कमी हो। लेकिन यदि हम उसके क्षेत्र में ही इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट को इंश्योर कर दें तो कोई व्यक्ति लंबे समय से अपने पूर्वजों द्वारा बनाए गए घर को छोड़कर क्यों बाहर जाएगा। मुझे एक उदाहरण आता है अरुणाचल प्रदेश के ही एक गांव का। अरुणाचल प्रदेश में एक गांव है हुरी। यह गांव सिविल मिलिट्री कोलैबोरेशन के माध्यम से हुए डेवलपमेंट का मैं मानता हूं अपने आप में एक अनोखा उदाहरण है, जहां एक तरफ भारत सरकार और अरुणाचल प्रदेश की सरकार के द्वारा वहां के इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट पर ध्यान दिया गया, तो वहीं दूसरी तरफ बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन तथा हमारी भारतीय सेना के द्वारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट पर भी ध्यान दिया गया। इसका परिणाम यह निकला है कि हुरी गांव में अपॉर्चुनिटीज क्रिएट हुई और वहाँ के जो निवासी उस गांव को छोड़कर बाहर गए थे वे वापस उस गांव में लौटने लगे। सड़कों और ब्रिजेज आज की कनेक्टिविटी की जीवन में क्या भूमिका होती है, इन परिवारों से बेहतर शायद ही कोई समझ सकता हो। अपनी जमीन पर वापस आना, अपने लोगों के बीच वापस आना कितना सुखद अनुभव होता है। हुरी गांव इसका ज्वलंत उदाहरण है। हुरी के साथ साथ मैं जम्मू कश्मीर का उदाहरण भी आपके सामने रखना चाहूँगा। जम्मू कश्मीर जिसे स्विट्जरलैंड ऑफ ईस्ट के नाम से भी जाना जाता रहा है, हम फिर से उसकी ग्लोरी वापस लाने का तेजी से प्रयास कर रहे हैं। यह वह स्थान है जहाँ पर डल झील की सुंदरता के आगे स्वर्ग का सरोवर भी फीका पड़ जाता है, ऐसा कहा जाता है। और यह वह धरती है जहां लगभग सभी धर्मों के पवित्र स्थान है। इसलिए हमारी सरकार जम्मू कश्मीर के टूरिज्म की अपार संभावनाओं पर पड़ी हुई चादर को हटाने का भी काम कर रही है। और हम इस इलाके को, जो कभी टेररिस्ट हॉट स्पॉट था, उसे टूरिस्ट हॉट स्पॉट बनाने की ओर लगातार अपने कदम आगे बढ़ाते जा रहे हैं। साथियों, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में वाइब्रेंट विलेज प्रोग्राम के तहत हम ऐसे अनेक गांवों के विकास के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध हैं। बॉर्डर से जुड़े ऐसे अनेक गांव हैं जहां कहीं फ्रूट्स बड़े अच्छे होते हैं, कहीं की क्राफ्ट्स बड़े फेमस हैं और कुछ एरियाज में टूरिज्म की बहुत बड़ी संभावनाएं भी हैं। बॉर्डर एरिया डेवलपमेंट के माध्यम से हमारा प्रयास इन्हीं संभावनाओं को उजागर करना है और सीमावर्ती क्षेत्रों का एक समग्र विकास भी करना है। साथियों, नॉर्दर्न बॉर्डर्स पर विशेषकर उत्तराखंड, हिमाचल प्रदेश और अरुणाचल प्रदेश के क्षेत्रों में जो गांव लिमिटेड कनेक्टिविटी और लिमिटेड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की कमी से ये जूझ रहे हैं, उन गांवों को विकास की मुख्य धारा से जोड़कर एक मॉडल विलेज के रूप में परिवर्तित करना, यह हमारा उद्देश्य है। साथियों, बॉर्डर एरियाज को डेवलप करने में सेना का जो योगदान है वह भी बहुत ही सराहनीय है। जहां एक तरफ सेना सड़कों या पुलों के निर्माण से सीमावर्ती क्षेत्रों को देश के बाकी मुख्य क्षेत्रों से जोड़ती है, तो वहीं दूसरी तरफ सीमावर्ती क्षेत्रों में विद्यालयों का निर्माण तथा उनका संचालन करके हमारी सेना युवाओं के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए भी इस समय काम कर रही है। इसके अलावा मैं आर्मी एडवेंचर विंग के योगदान का जिक्र भी स्वाभाविक रूप से यहाँ करना चाहूँगा, जो हमारे टूरिस्ट और सीमावर्ती क्षेत्रों के बीच एक महत्वपूर्ण कड़ी के रूप में कार्य करता है। ट्रैवल और एक्सप्लोरेशन की सुविधा प्रदान करके यह विंग इन क्षेत्रों की कल्चरल, एजुकेशनल और नेचुरल वेल्थ को दुनिया के समक्ष लाता है। सरकार सेना के साथ मिलकर सीमावर्ती क्षेत्रों के विकास में वहां के लोगों की भागीदारी भी सुनिश्चित कर रही है। इसके लिए हम सेना के साथ मिलकर उन क्षेत्रों के नौजवानों को एनसीसी में इनरोल करने के लिए भी प्रोत्साहित कर रहे हैं। अनेक सरकारी योजनाएं सिर्फ उन क्षेत्रों के विकास को लक्षित करके इस समय चलाई जा रही हैं। आज आप सब लोग जब आपस में बैठकर बॉर्डर एरिया डेवलपमेंट पर बातचीत कर रहे हैं, तो मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि अब कुछ ऐसे रास्ते भी हमारे सामने निकलेंगे जिससे हम सिविल मिलिट्री कोलैबोरेशन के माध्यम से बॉर्डर एरिया डेवलपमेंट में और तेजी ला पाएंगे। साथियों, आप सब ने मुझे इस कॉन्क्लेव में आमंत्रित किया और मुझे अपनी बात रखने का अवसर दिया। इसके लिए आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और इस कॉन्क्लेव की सफलता के लिए आप सबको हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देते हुए अपना निवेदन समाप्त करता हूं।
माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी, आपके उल्लेखनीय संबोधन ने हमें अनुग्रहित किया। अब मैं आग्रह करना चाहूँगी फ्रॉम द चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ जनरल उपेंद्र द्विवेदी से कि वे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी को स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करें। देवी और सज्जनों, विश्व पटल पर भारत की एक अलग पहचान जिन्होंने बनाई है, सर we would like to say thank you so much. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपकी ग्रेशियस उपस्थिति के लिए. इसके बाद माननीय गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत जी, आपके प्रगतिशील विचारों के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका. थैंक यू वेरी वेरी मच सर. और इसी के साथ माननीय पेमा खांडू जी, सर, थैंक you so much for your very dynamic and such futuristic and may I say passionate thoughts. माननीय रक्षा मंत्री एवं हमारे अन्य विशिष्ट अतिथियों के मार्गदर्शन ने हम सबको आज अभिभूत किया है. मंच पर उपस्थित आप सभी विशिष्ट अतिथियों से ये अनुरोध है कि आप एग्जीबिशन, ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ एवं चाय के लिए प्रस्थान करें. रिक्वेस्ट आवर डिग्निटरीज ऑन द स्टेज टू प्लीज प्रोसीड टुवर्ड्स द राइट ऑफ द Ashoka Hall. Rest of us will wait till the honorable ministers leave the Ashoka Hall. I request all our delegates and guests to please wait until the honorable ministers leave the Ashoka Hall. Thank you once again to all our esteemed dignitaries. We also request the panelists for both sessions, the speakers and the dignitaries to kindly assemble for a group photograph with our honorable chief guest in the foyer, which is just outside the Ashoka Hall. Once again, requesting our dignitaries, our speakers, our panelists for the day to assemble for a group photograph with our special guest and our honorable chief guest in the foyer area.
अरुणाचल प्रदेश स्टार्ट करना.
हम लोग का छुट्टियां इनका
सर आपके साथ.
थैंक यू.
Association. Along with the Ministry of Tourism, we are working closely with the Indian Army.
कैलाश मानसरोवर पे भी सर हमने उन्हें इसमें चालू किया था. एंड जितने भी टूरिस्ट जा रहे हैं सर
कर्मयोगी और हालत खराब. So I guess we take a
Yes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Well, the stage is set for compounding our knowledge by leveraging the best of perspectives, as you can already sense. For the next address on the civil-military fusion for border area development, we have General Upendra Dwivedi, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Chief of the Army Staff, who's ready to address you all. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Not that I was very eager to address straightway, but then I was told to come here, so I straightway walked up here. Apologies for that. And a great welcome to all of you. A lot of known faces in military as well as civil, and some unknown faces who have become familiar during the tea break. So warm welcome to you, and as already been said, this is the first time that we are having this kind of a gathering where from all walks of life people are here, and we are going to discuss the subject where a large number of us go, get emotional, and thereafter get back, and always looking forward to get another chance. So I'll start with, firstly, it was 1st of April 2023. I remember we all, the army commander, the commander-in-chief was sitting in Bhopal, and the Prime Minister asked us, what are you going to do about the Vibrant Village program? And as the luck would have it, we said we'll do about infrastructure, we'll do so many things. After patiently listening to all of us, he said, as far as the Indian military is concerned, what we are looking at, can you provide soul to the Vibrant Village program? Now, what is the interpretation of soul? That is what actually we were debating over a period of time before General Rakesh Kapoor decided, sir, let's explore further on this subject during this seminar. And if the soul has to be provided, it is much beyond that what we talk about, the infrastructure, telecommunication, power sector, etc., etc., etc. What it means, what Raksha Mantri also said, that can we look at the reverse migration? So when you provide the soul, what happens? The cultural revival takes place. People flock for that place because they feel that the roots are there. And so on and so forth. I leave it at that for the time being. Now the second question is, wasn't army or military or ITBP and the other people, weren't they doing enough? So the answer is yes, we were doing enough. There was a model village being established by the military. Tourism circuits were being encouraged. Infrastructure support was there. And for all the tourists, the emergency services in terms of medical and HADR, evacuation was existing. Ops Sadbhavna from 2023, rupees 150 crore for the Northern Front was specially sanctioned by the CDS. So we were doing enough. So why in limelight today? Firstly, it's a core component of national security because it's strategic imperative, because it's part of the nation building, point number one. Point number two is, developed area with a strong economic or tourist activity acts also as a deterrence to the adversary. Also, it basically discredits the adversary claims or so many people who otherwise claim, look, this is gone, this is there, this has been taken away. So people are there on ground to confirm what is correct, what is not. Whole of nation approach has led to renewed impetus, but much more is to be achieved by a vast border because the borders are really remote at places. So, few imperatives if you have to look into. Aren't the civil administration, CAPF and the army doing enough? If they're doing enough, the convergence is needed from top and the push has to be from top. And that's why we all are here today. Why areas should be deprived of economic development due to restrictions under security ground? So inner line permit is a per se. And I have already informed our tourist minister also, tourism minister, and assured Prime Minister and Raksha Mantri ji that there will be no. If the no has to be said by anyone for going to the forward areas, it will be only the army headquarters, and that permission lies with the Lieutenant General Kapoor. So this is how we are trying to open up. These virgin areas need to be showcased to the world, and besides that, their voice must reach the entire universe, not only India. Siachen, Bhuj, Sungetsar Lake, Manchuka, and so on and so forth. So their voice also must come down to the balance of India and the universe. Indian tourism potential needed to be harnessed. So synergize and empowered of the civilian inhabitants which are there. Are we going there and empowering them and synergizing with them? That's what is important because they are the principal actors. If they have agreed that they have to develop that area, then it becomes very easy. All those who understand the Gaon Buddha terms, you will realize that if the land belongs to the kind of a Gaon Buddha, then he has to give that land to you. He can give you for 1 rupee or 1 crore. That is his choice. So if you have synergized with him and he understands the meaning how the tourism is to be developed, I am sure he will be party to it. The battlefields in these areas and saga which needs to be told to the entire world, whether it is Kargil, 1965, 71, 62, Galwan, Doklam at later stages. Gradually we are opening all these areas. Today if you go to the Kargil site, 13620, you are authorized to go there and thereafter you can see the battlefield on the other side. Tiger Hill, now you can climb up on the other side. Lamochin, you can go and have a look. Siachen Base, now you can go to the replicated one on the other side. Thereafter you can see the entire glacier. So all these avenues are being opened up. Population control and population settlement. The healthy balance has to be maintained. So we don't want too much of settlement in forward areas so that the ecology and everything is sustained. But whatever is there must get empowered. Now coming on to the peculiarity of the border areas, we are aware, disputed, contested, which are also difficult and harsh. All those who have visited know it well. But the socio-political dynamics which is there, it varies in relation to the vagaries of the weather, terrain including infrastructure development, and also opportunities for locals to have self-sustaining economy. And once you have this, lot many places you have seen, the terrain is good, approachability is there, but the population is not there. But once you make it worth visiting by the tourists, everything will come up. So how do we go about it? You have seen DGBR has now been authorized to open even the restaurants. Same is the case, the medical setups are being opened, ancillaries are being opened. The motorcycle repair shops are being opened. The restrooms are being opened. Now all these initially may start with the ITBP, Army, DGBR kind of op works. But after some time, once it gets stabilized, then the local population can start taking on and start running those things. This is where you'll find the veterans will also play a very important role. So what it means that inclusivity, sustainability and security all have to move together. Raksha Mantri has already said that first village concept is a game changer and we are making all endeavors to make sure that we should start from the first village first and thereafter start moving backwards. This is how we are going about it. So if I have to look at the 5 pillars, the key pillars or the elements of our vision, I'll first of all take on the infra development. A lot has been spoken about it, so I'll not repeat those. But surface road and road infrastructure, including tunnels and bridges, has it achieved the kind of a level which is required? The answer is no. We have to do a lot. And that is what every day we sit together and see how DGBR and other agencies can be empowered more so that we can connect more in a faster time frame. PM Gati Shakti and an initiation of national logistic policy has really empowered us in a big way. Similarly, defense portal for Gati Shakti has also been created and approximately 300 infra projects have been identified which are for the dual purpose. So wherever we are in forward areas, as already been told by the Chief Minister of Arunachal Pradesh, that this dual purpose infrastructure is helping us in a big way because the funds are also transferred from the civil side. And it's a great success and that's why you're seeing that most of the places, the governors or the lieutenant governors are from the military because they are able to synergize between the civil and the military side. Apex level Empowered Committee on Border Infrastructure, in short called as ECBI, it is headed by CAPSEC. DGMO is a member of it, but why I'm telling you this? Because recently we saw the GLOF of Sikkim. You saw what happened in Sikkim and it was a very difficult situation. A lot of things got washed away. Even the power plant got washed away recently. But it took only 72 hours to 96 hours. We requested Defense Secretary to please join us in the ops room. He came, he understood the thing. Whatever was within powers, he immediately gave the sanction. Whatever was not there, within 48 hours, CAPSEC called for the conference. All the secretaries were there, whether it's MORTH, finance and everyone. They agreed in principle and in principle funds were approved. So this is the kind of a speed which these kind of committees give you. And now you will see these are slowly start translating on the ground also. As far as the railway connectivity is concerned, you're well aware that out of the 4 strategic, the 2 which are likely to come in a faster time frame is Bilaspur Mandi Leh and second is Pasighat Parashuram Rupai in the Arunachal side. So once these 2 come, they will be again game changer because from Delhi you can directly move to these places. Coming on to the second pillar, that is the smart borders. Communication network, Raksha Mantri has already spoken about it. But what is important is in forward areas, I met the Airtel representatives also. They came and met me during the break. So what we are seeing that the financially viability is not there. Financial viability is not there. So how are we going about it? The generation of demand is being given by the army in conjunction with the ITBP and forward area people who are there. And then combined together, we say, okay, this is what is the demand. And how are we going about it? Besides the civil phone, we have started something which is called a Samba phone, which is purely a military phone, and also available with so many decision makers of the Indian government. This phone has been a game changer because this is given to maximum people. Once this phone reaches everywhere, and it is connected through the civil network, but it's a secure telephone. So what is happening slowly and slowly in forward areas, you will find the network is increasing. And this is helping out the local population. The mobile towers which are there with the army, that is also going to be used for everyone. In Nagrota side, we are giving these towers to various companies. And also we are hiring some towers, mobile towers from various mobile operators. And they are also coming to us so that it helps the local population. As the power supply is concerned, Mr. R.K. Singh, I remember when the conference took place, he said, wherever you want, power will be provided. And it actually got translated on ground. That whatever requirements were given, the sanction was given immediately. Because of the northern front, the northern borders, the seasons is limited. So therefore, whatever season we are able to kind of exploit, we are able to empower those areas. As far as the third pillar is concerned, that is economic development, employment generation. The government has launched multiple schemes, forward units and formations provide employment and economic opportunities. Whatever the units are ahead, whether it's DGBR or Army or ITBP, about 50 to 60% of the money is pitched back to the same society. As you're aware, even the vegetable which is grown, there are provisions that vegetable grown by locals will be bought first and thereafter you have to go back to the hinterland. So that is the kind of a cooperation what we are having. Of course, it supports local business and fosters trust between local and military communities. As of today, if I can say that the Defense Ministry brings on the table much more than what the tourists bring on the table for any state. But we would be happy if the trend is reverse. And that's what our aim today by sitting with all of you. Coming on to the fourth pillar, that is the border area tourism. We know that the potential is immense, whether you start from what already Raksha Mantri ji said, and we are also sending now operator tours to Siachen Glacier also, at least to the base 1. So we have already identified approximately 48 areas for that, and we are looking at to double this number in next 5 years. And this is where General Kapoor's initiative will play a pivotal role. Vibrant Village, out of 600, we have shortlisted 100, and these 100 villages, we are going out in full way. And what it means, that we have all the resources. If you see the military and ITBP, DGBR, we have all the resources in forward areas because we have to live there. Even if I get changed, somebody else will go and live there. So the infrastructure is there with us. How gradually this infrastructure we can slowly create and move ahead. For example, DGBR creates a road, creates a kind of a base, thereafter moves ahead. Now that area is left behind. So that is the area where anything can be created or constructed by the local government. Similarly, as the roads move ahead, we leave the camps and move ahead. All these areas can be utilized for tourism purposes and whatever purpose you need to talk about. Now that synergy is something which is important, and that's what we all have to sit and work together. As far as the major projects are concerned, Trans-Himalayan Trek, Solo of Steel Trek in Uttarakhand, Trek to Siachen Glacier, which I just said, high altitude hikes in Tawang, and I met some gentlemen who explained me also how he's conducting the half marathon there. Then Premier Adventure Challenge Cup to Yingkiong in Arunachal Pradesh, which we have shifted. I'm sure with this kind of initiatives, things will move fast. As far as the permissions are concerned under Army Adventure Wing, single window clearance is being given. And we are trying to make it as fast as possible. And wherever there is a doubt, they bring it to me, and within 24 hours, where we have a doubt, I am able to give that kind of a benefit of doubt so that the tourism gets enhanced. Specific to Arunachal, several pilot projects in Jimithang and Arunachal are being planned to evaluate tourism circuits, identified communication infra gaps which are there. Now coming on to the fifth pillar, that is the education and skill development. As far as the education skill development is concerned, you are aware we have lot number of Army public school, and we have the Army Goodwill schools, which are playing a major role. Skill development programs are coming up. Motorcycle repair, looking after bed and breakfast room, providing the, if I can say that, first aid which is required, or a guidance. All these things which is something which we can take on, and we are actually taking on in forward areas. And thereafter we are making sure that the minimum level of skill is available. We are also working with so many tour operators and others where the skill development will also kept on increasing. There was a suggestion, I remember from Ladakh side, the CEC gave us that why don't you have a website where all these veterans who have the bed and breakfast or any kind of initiative, they get connected to this, and these rooms can be booked from Delhi. We are working on that, and with the support of the tour operators and others, I am sure that we should be able to do that also within a year. Other issues which are there, which are challenges for us, is the disaster management. And what we are seeing that because of the exploitation and overuse of the ecosystem, we are having this problem, and we have to sit with the state governments and border area users to see how that can be controlled. You are aware today that in Himachal or Uttarakhand and all these places, the landslides, and today I was reading in the newspaper that the number of landslides this year have been the double of the previous year. And they took some base year, and from that year they said it's 3,000 times. So that's a cause of worry. So that we need to look into. Crucial role, of course, we played during cloudbursts, landslides and floods by virtue of being there, and that will continue to do that. And that is to reassure all those who are coming there that we are there. It's something like Shah Rukh Khan, main hoon na. So we'll always be there. Whether you come there or not, but we'll always be there. Coming on to the green initiative sustainability, we're doing a lot, but the challenges are ecological concern, which I have told you, and garbage and waste management. Pagongso Lake, glacier, as you're aware, 84 we moved in. So whatever was dropped now needs to be recovered back. So that is what we are doing. And all those, now the teams which are going, we have requested them that please do help us in lifting up something and bringing it back. Healthcare, any tourist which is going, anyone who's moving, the forward military minimum provision which is there will always be there with us. And that is also for the livestock, whether it is yak or bhuj, or even if I can say the Zanskar ponies, or even Sangay deer of Manipur. So we are there for everyone. Whosoever wants any kind of a thing, we have got adequate veterinary corps officers to look after these livestock. And we are always the first responder in medical crisis, and we will continue to do that. We are also looking at sharing the civil hospitals and the army hospitals in forward areas together, so that we provide each other the infrastructure support till the time they do not have an independent infrastructure. Even the machines for that matter, whether it's the X-ray machine and other machines also, that also we are collaborating. As far as the engaging veterans are concerned, they will play a pivotal role because there is already a pre-existing trust which is there. And this pre-existing trust will be further exploited in future too. So what's the way forward? So border area development is not only a strategic necessity, but it's a moral obligation for all of us. A strong, resilient border region sends a clear message that our borders are not only fortified by soldiers, but also by a network of empowered citizens of Viksit Bharat. I shall leave some thoughts to be discussed during the upcoming sessions of the conclave. Firstly, how do we go about the public-private partnerships and how we can enhance its scope and span? What is the implementation of smart border management? Are we doing enough, or we can do a lot about it? Expand surface as well as digital connectivity on priority. And that is where the strategic capacities will come into play. Establishment of tailor-made special economic zones where possible. I think on the western border, at places we can always look into it in phase 1. Self-sustaining and economically vibrant villages, which we are working in a big way, states also supporting in a big way. Development of tourism and national integration programs. So what it means that the teams from there come to the rest of India, and rest of India teams go there. So both some kind of a government-sponsored schemes also required. Some already existing under of Sadbhavna, but more work will require to be done. And I leave a thought finally for the Border Area Commission. So it's a multi-agency Border Area Commission, which is a need which has been actually felt for a long time. Today, if you have to do anything in border areas, you have to go to 10 windows to get a clearance if you want to develop any infrastructure and create any asset. If it can be cleared by the Border Area Commission, I think we have won the battle. So this is what I will say about. So I can assure you that we are committed to working closely with all agencies, and with our logistic capabilities and reach, we shall act as a catalyst. And as guardians of national security, we are willing to go beyond the battlefield and become agents of growth and give effect to the transformation towards a Viksit Bharat. So once again, I'm grateful to all of you to have joined today for this unique seminar. And I'm sure in next 2 hours, we should be having a lot of constructive ideas coming, and we should take it forward after that. Thank you very much. Grateful.
Thank you very much, General Dwivedi, for adding to this reservoir of knowledge sharing. Well, they say the might in the will is more than the vigor. I want to try, I want to lead. The upcoming panel discussion will seek to facilitate a holistic understanding of those prospects, those possibilities. How does the role of government agencies look like? And unearth whatever it takes to protect and promote our pride, our incredible India. Infrastructure, education, connectivity, tourism, communication, upskilling, sustainable development, I believe, are the pivots of border area development. Marching ahead, this session would be moderated and chaired by the one who has selflessly rendered his distinguished service to the nation, a visionary thinker. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Lieutenant General Dushyant Singh, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal retired, former Corps Commander and Commandant, Army War College, the Director General of CLAWS. Lieutenant General Dushyant Singh, commissioned into the 9th Battalion of the Maratha Light Infantry, has served in various theatres, including UN missions. A prolific writer that he is, contributing to several books and journals, and including his own book, Grey Zone Warfare, Way Ahead for India. He was the Vice Chairman of Strive India think tank and Professor Emeritus at Rashtriya Raksha University. So good to be greeting you, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. And with that, we would also like to welcome on stage this, may I say, a blue ribbon panel, an expert panel. Our panelist, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, IAS, a senior IAS officer serving as Secretary, Border Management, Ministry of Home Affairs. He has held significant positions, including the Director General, Employees State Insurance Corporation, and Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT. Dr. Kumar, ladies and gentlemen, has played, in fact, a crucial role in the policy formulation under the Digital India Initiative. It gives me immense pleasure and pride indeed, sir, to be welcoming you on the stage. With that, we will be inviting up next Lieutenant General Raghu Srinivasan, Vishisht Seva Medal. Lieutenant General Raghu Srinivasan is an alumni of the National Defence Academy. This is Khadak Vasla and Indian Military Academy, Dehradun. Well, the general was commissioned into the course of engineers in 1987. He's qualified on the Higher Command and National Defence College courses. Well, I must share that in his command appointments, the noteworthy ones are the command of 58 Engineer Regiment, 416 Engineer Brigade, and Chief Engineer Southern Command, which has 7 Chief Engineer Zones under its jurisdiction. Well, he is presently serving as the Director General Border Roads since 1st October 2023. A very warm welcome to you as well, sir. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will go ahead and invite on stage Mr. Gulzar Natarajan, IAS Additional Secretary, Department of Telecom. Well, a 1994 batch IAS officer of the Andhra Pradesh cadre, he is an IIT Madras graduate and Masters in Public Administration from the Harvard University. He's played such a significant role, I must say, in urban infrastructure projects, the Smart Cities mission, and the public-private partnerships in Andhra Pradesh. Thank you, sir, for joining us. With that, we would now like to invite a 1999 batch Indian Administrative Service Officer, Miss Mugdha Sinha, IAS from Rajasthan. Well, an alumni of Lady Shri Ram College, JNU, and the Goldman School for Public Policy, UC Berkeley. She's 25 years of experience and counting in public policy and international trade negotiations. Well, I must take a few seconds to also mention that she is a published poet and an avid writer, combining her passion for literature, I must say, for economics and public policy. A wonderful amalgamation, I must say. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us as well. With that, may I take the pleasure of inviting Shri Ankur Garg, IAS, a 2003 batch IAS officer, currently serves as a Commissioner, Coordination and Economic Affairs in Arunachal Pradesh. A recipient of Director's Gold Medal, he has held key roles as a Commissioner, GST for Delhi and Secretary to the Union Minister of Civil Aviation. Secretary Planning, he has in that capacity was the overall in charge of the Border Area Development Program in Arunachal Pradesh. Well, I must say that as Commissioner, Hydropower implemented Border Village Illumination Program, under which 50 micro-hydels have been installed, providing power supply to 250 border villages, the army and the paramilitary establishment. Ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to mention that Mr. Mayank Tiwari, IAS Joint Secretary Coordination and Border Roads, could not attend due to some commitments just the last moment. However, the Director General Border Roads, Lieutenant General Srinivasan himself, will participate in this discussion. And finally, may I also humbly invite Major General S.B.K. Singh, DG Resettlement, the Indian Army. Commissioned into the Regiment of Artillery in June 1989, with over 3 decades of service, he has held key command positions, including commanding 72 Field Regiment and 99 Artillery Brigade. A very good evening, sir, and thank you for joining us. Well, with that, I know with all those anticipatory eyes, we are looking forward as to what these respected, experienced minds will actually take out from their respective arsenals today. Well, with that, and with your kind permission, I'm handing it over to our session chair, Lieutenant General Dushyant Singh, for the conduct of Session 1, Prospects and Possibilities, Role of the Government Agencies.
Thank you, Shikha. First of all, Chief of the Army Staff, Vice Chief of the Army Staff, Principal Advisor, Ministry of Defense, General Khandare, distinguished guests, eminent panelist, and my co-panelist as well. I would like to take this opportunity to thank not only the Ministry of Defense, Indian Army, but also the various ministries which have come together. First time, I would say, at least in my career, I am saying for the first time, interministerial group, which is so large and so wide. The only person who's missing in this particular landscape would be the Ministry of Education, whose rep is there in the audience, and we will invite their comments as well as we go along in this particular session. And also Ministry of Health, which plays a very important role as far as border area development is concerned. I will not take much time in my introductory remark. Reason being that so many distinguished speakers have already set the tone. I would say not even set the tone. The Chief and the RM also gave out some kind of a roadmap for us to go ahead and explore the solutions to the challenges which are there as far as the government machinery is concerned. I would say the border area development is truly an example of Viksit, Sudrid, Surakshit Bharat. I would like to remind you all of the Roman Empire. Way back in 2nd century, they actually defended their territory by fortifying their borders. And that is where possibly we were missing out. And I think it's a very, very noble initiative which has been started. So without any further ado, I would like to also tell my co-panelists that we are already half an hour behind schedule. So we will keep our discussions short, brief, and we'll go question by question, and thereafter finally take final comments. I'll first open the house to the first question which I felt, and I picked it up during the talk which was being given by the various speakers who were there, and this is coming from Raksha Mantri's talk, is how to stop reverse migration. I think if we answer this particular question, half of our job would be done. Half the job has been done by getting all of us together on this particular platform. So I'll straight away go to our Secretary Border Management, Mr. Rajinder Kumar, who's eminently suited to tell us something about the pull factor which would come out as part of the Vibrant Village program. You're aware our adversaries already targeted about 600 villages, which are also known as Ziakong villages. And we, in response, have identified 2,300 odd villages as part of this initiative, 600 in phase 1. So over to you, Mr. Rajendra, to further elaborate on this particular very important issue.
Thank you. So I think when we talk about border area development or vibrant villages, I think we must think of border security, border management, and border area development as part of the same continuum. You cannot really think of one in isolation. So that's the first conceptual framework that we need to really put in place when we talk about border area development program. Then secondly, in terms of the specific point that was put by the chair as to how to address the issue of reverse migration, I think in the initial presentation we heard about the issue of bringing soul to these villages. Now that soul, that concept is embedded in the word vibrant. The focus of the entire new approach through the VVP, the Vibrant Village program, is to bring vibrancy to these villages through various measures. So there are some key areas of very focused intervention. There are 10 of them. I will not mention them all because some of them have already been covered there. But the idea is that through very focused interventions, we should be able to generate livelihood opportunities in these villages. We should be able to give them skills. We should be able to provide the basic infrastructure. We should be able to ensure connectivity, telecom, television, physical road connectivity, etc. So by taking these measures, the vision is that these villages should have enough economic and social opportunities to keep the people happy there in terms of giving them meaningful livelihood opportunities. And for people who have already left, they should feel attracted enough to come back to these villages. So that's the overall template. The program itself envisages two kinds of approaches. Some of them have been already talked about earlier, but I will just mention here in terms of specific conceptual pillars of the program. We have a large number of ministries which are doing programs in their own domains. So through a convergence approach, we wish to bring all the different schemes from different ministries in Government of India as well as state government together so that the efforts can be focused, we can synergize all the programs, and we can saturate these villages with the benefits or the outcomes that these programs envisage. Second approach is through a window of gap funding. So what we have attempted to do, all these villages which are selected in the first phase, we have asked them to prepare plans at village level, vetted by a district level committee, state level committee, then it comes to us. Wherever we feel that we cannot really address the deficiencies through convergence approach or require separate funding, there we pitch in with our own scheme funding under VVP. So I think with this approach, we are very hopeful that in the time to come, we would see the soul of these villages getting regenerated. We would really see vibrancy coming in. And the villages would become attractive enough for the population to really remain there and also do a reversal of the migration that already has taken place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rajendra. I think we will go beyond. What I will do is, I'll first throw the question to each one of you so that we don't miss out on any of our panelists from telling their ideas, because there are connected questions to your particular response. So I'll go on to Mrs. Mugdha for her comments on something to do with tourism. You know, tourism is directly linked to infrastructure, and infrastructure becomes that pull factor, what the other guests had also spoken about. But infrastructure also leads to some fallouts, and these fallouts are in terms of what we are seeing today, that in the month of September also we are seeing typhoons all over the world, we are seeing landslides, etc., etc. So do you have any such kind of a plan where you can balance the pull factor of infrastructure and attracting the tourists to these spots? Because unless the tourists come, even the local community there would not flourish, because they would look at some kind of a livelihood for their own sustenance.
Yeah, thank you very much. My salutations to the Chief of the Army, to the distinguished military fraternity, to all the distinguished audiences, to the moderator, to Secretary Sir, and to my fellow panelists. Thank you very much for this wonderful, exemplar of a civil-military fusion. As the district magistrate, having worked in one of the border areas, which is Ganganagar, and having traveled to all the borders as a tourist, I think what I'd like to say is that this very idea, this strategic idea, is a win-win partnership. We've been talking of borders from the point of view of infrastructure, stabilizing the borders through infrastructure, both the physical and the digital, the technological. But I think it is high time that we also include the other very important stakeholder in this conversation, which we're doing through this border area management and the vibrant villages, which is the community itself. Because the community, if you can stabilize the community across the borders, then I think you can also contribute in the stabilization of the border itself from the very strategic security point of view. But to this whole aspect of the strategic, let me also add, because the question is sensitive, so let me also add the other S, which is very, very important to the stakeholder, which is how do we become responsible tourists and ensure the sustainability of tourism, because the sustainability of tourism will actually ensure that the community remains stable for the longest time. Also, we have to look, because my job involves not just infrastructure, because tourism is not just infrastructure, tourism is also understanding your audience. Today, we cater to tourism, for both the FOMO and the JOMO, the fear of missing out, which is what they want to go to each and every place. They are the ones who need infrastructure. But it is the other set of generation, which is the joy of missing out. And they would be the customers, the right customers for these border areas. Also because, interestingly, the trekking tracks, the adventure sports, this is all, these are all very select areas, and we can also do very niche kind of tourism, say golfing. When you think of border areas, you think of the golf courses that they're already there, better utilization of those golf courses, doing very niche kind of events there. So I think amalgamation and convergence, because the moment you say civil military in this manner, I think you are also talking of breaking the silos in terms of, the divisions. Sir spoke about having the commission as a single window, but we are also talking of huge convergence. Because, land is real estate. And let us be very clear that we cannot do more construction at the cost of land, because this land is urbanization, this land is infrastructure, this land is agriculture. And then if you are also utilizing this land for culture, then we are somewhere, tapping very, very, very difficult, which is unavailable kind of land. Then the other thing is also, let us look at how people are traveling. 46% of Indians today belong to the generation of people born between 1981 and 1996, which is the millennials. So millennials are today asking questions about sustainability, about being responsible tourists. And it is for this generation and the generation Z, the Gen Z as we call it. And we are the Gen X who are taking decisions. So I think we have to be very, very careful, because with less, we have to be able to do more, which is the Archimedes lever. So I think my answer to you, sir, will be that through the strategic, please add two words, sensitive, because it's people involved, and tourism is not just about places, but it's also about people. Not just the people who are traveling as responsible tourists, but also hosts as very, very responsible and wanting sustainable development. Skilling, I think sir also mentioned, the Honorable Raksha Mantri mentioned skilling, my tourism minister also mentioned skilling. So if we can do capacity building and empower the people in that area, I think we would have managed border security through community policing kind of a thing, and also the check-in. So if more people are walking in our area, I understand if you're taking tourists there, you're doing employment generation, you're doing skilling, you're stabilizing the area, but also from the Google Earth point of view, you are telling that this territory belongs to us. So I think that is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mugdha. I think you touched on a number of issues. We will round them up as we end this particular session. But you said something which actually reminded me of anthropology. You said that while infrastructure is important, but it is not the only thing as far as tourism is concerned. And here I would like to, in fact, also invite the attention of the audience that more often than not, there are some tourists who want to go to places which are untouched, which are virgin, and that also helps in the preservation of the economy. So this balance which we have to bring out in our plan, which we are going to make, that certain areas we must definitely keep for such like tourists as well. But my question, unfortunately, I'll have to go back to Mr. Rajendra, is about security. What happens is that frontiers are important for us. Our Honorable Home Minister had made a statement long time back about going in for well-developed, integrated border village programs because they ensure security against both external as well as internal threats. How do we balance out this dilemma of security versus development? I think if you could just throw some light on that, then we'll move on to the next panelist of ours.
Yeah, I think this point always comes up in discussion as to how do we really balance security and development and tourism and the other initiatives. I think we have to see them as complementary. If you ensure development, security, one of the key aspects of security is automatically ensured. Once the people there, they feel part of the mainstream, once they feel that they are being looked after, their needs, the local infra needs, education, healthcare, etc., livelihood generation, scaling, all those, if they are being met, then already a major part of the overall framework security that we think about, that is already covered there. In times of need, the people there, they become the eyes and ears of the security apparatus. They help in giving correct information, which otherwise may or may not be available. Intelligence will be much more true to the ground conditions. So there are a number of things through which if we really apply the lens of development on the overall security thought process, then we would find that there are a number of complementarities which we can really exploit. So that's the approach that we are trying to develop. And that's the concept also under the VVP, where the idea is that if you strengthen the border areas in terms of giving them the required level of vibrancy through development initiatives, then your security will automatically, the security posture will get enhanced. So I think that's the overall conceptual framework that we need to put in place when we talk about the need for balancing security and development. In the past, we had different approach. And perhaps in some contexts, it was thought that if we really do too much of interventions, then it might have adverse consequences. But that's not really the case, as we have seen in a number of examples across the world, where security and development have gone hand in hand. Thank you.
I think I'll only add to that we can exploit technology to cover certain areas which are of this nature, which need some kind of a virginity to their, their exposure to the tourists. So with that, I'll move on to our fellow panelist, Mr. Gulzar. Generally, it is said that, you don't feel the presence of communication. But the moment my mic switches off, the entire hall will start making a commotion. So what is the Department of Telecommunication doing, both in terms of digital initiatives as also in terms of the providing communications to these border areas, because that pull will only come when the fellow who has gone to the interior of India is able to still carry his mobile there and see the world for himself. And it has been done to some extent in J&K, and we are talking already about, look at the kind of footprints of satellite imagery which is there across in the POK and what is there in J&K. So could you throw some light on the digital initiatives and communications to these border area villages? In particular, I think you have a program called Digital Bharat Nidhi program. So could you just cover these aspects for the benefit of our audience, and any new suggestions?
Thank you. Good evening to everyone. Good evening to the Chief. Good evening to the co-panelists. Good evening to all distinguished guests. Thanks for inviting us. And we've been discussing this internally. This is one of the real priority areas for us within the Department of Telecommunication in terms of covering all the uncovered areas, and with priority the border areas. And we have this dedicated program, which is one of the most well-funded programs of all of Government of India, which is the Digital Bharat Nidhi, the old Universal Service Obligation Fund program. As part of this, we have been establishing, and also it, to the point Secretary alluded to about convergence. This is converged in with the VVB program of the government to bring security and safety to and a sustainable development to the border areas. As part of this program, we have been establishing, laying both OFC network and towers that with the network providing the backhaul. And wherever we have been able to do this is already in progress. I have some figures. Actually, since I've just joined a couple of weeks back, I'm not fully conversant with the figures, but those figures are, all I can say is we have been making very good progress in meeting our commitments, both in terms of laying the OFC and in terms of laying the towers. And we are also exploring areas where none of this is possible, and we might need to rely on satellite navigation systems. Those technologies are also being pursued. But I just wanted to say this is an area where we are deeply committed within the department to achieving our objectives and as quickly as possible. The other day I was in Andamans, and I realized that we were told some numbers about how economic activity picked up after the submarine cable arrived in Andaman in 2020. Even today, there are a couple of islands where apparently the connectivity was given very recently, and so numbers in terms of jobs getting created, in terms of networks established with the mainland, and the economic multiplier that's associated with it. So we understand that this is one of those, as you said, silent bridges which can provide high multiplier in terms of generating economic activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Natarajan. I will move on to the people in uniform now, because we must have some flavor change after having gone through the CV. And this is about civil-military fusion. I'll post my question to the DGBR. You are I would say, the pivot around which tourism, border area development, etc. hinges. But you have tremendous challenges. And these challenges are having their own implications, especially on the environment and especially on the sustainability of the infrastructure. If you look at Uttarakhand, or if you look at even in the east, we find that even in the north as well, we find that infrastructure sustainability along with environmental protection is some big challenge for you. How are you going about overcoming these challenges? Because having been in the service myself, I find this as a commander also one of the major challenges. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. The Chief of Army Staff, distinguished panelists, and distinguished members of the audience. I represent the agency which is involved in the borders for construction of roads and connectivity. So if I may, sir, I will answer the question, but I would like to say something about the spectrum of ministries which we deal with. And this is truly a coming together of so many different facets. And I wish to thank General Kapoor and the Army for organizing this, because this is the first time that we have actually interacted with two very important ministries, which is tourism and telecommunications. Now, talking about connectivity, this year we connected Nimu Padam Darcha, which is the third axis, towards Ladakh. And the story is that we did this on the day of Holi, and we had vehicles standing behind on the third day wanting to get across. And these were tourists. I just got back from Ladakh yesterday, and there are 2,000 motorcyclists getting into Leh every day. They are coming in on their motorcycles, or they are renting Himalayan, Royal Enfield motorcycle at Ladakh. They are going up to Pangangso, Somiriri, and falling back. Just about a month ago, we were able to connect Munshiari, Bugdiar, Milam, which is a road which is being made for the ITBP in Uttarakhand, for the MHA. And the story is that the day we had the connectivity, the villagers from the other side, they came and garlanded the dozer operator, because they understood what this road, which has never ever been made, will do to change their lives. While we were cutting the Nimu Padam Darcha road from Nirak to Chiling and onwards going towards Nimu, we encountered a rock face. Now the best part about the rock face was that there were petroglyphs on this. Petroglyphs which had been made on the Zanskar river by some unknown and possibly prehistoric Indians who had motifs which were given on the rock face itself. Now, we can just imagine the potential of tourism, which really abounds by the fact that we are able to do so. Previous roads, we never had this opportunity to involve the telecommunications with there. But now, the Army has made a policy that we are going to have underground ducting, which we do with all the roads that we hitherto connect. And therefore, this means that all your optical fiber cables, everything which needs to get across is inbuilt in the road. Because normally you find that whenever we may make a road, we think about telecommunications later. But this is a policy which has been implemented by the Army, that now hitherto we include it in all the DPRs that we have. So coming back to your question, sir, I couldn't resist departing from the question per se. There is a great degree of synergy which we require for building the road, and the environmental concerns are well understood. We deal with very fragile Himalayan geology, and there is a huge amount of moisture. There is a fragmented and sheared rock face in most of the areas. And at some places which are in Uttarakhand or Sikkim, we are dealing with mud mountains, where there is absolutely no stability. Now we have to deal with two things. One is that do we want single lane roads or double lane roads? Hitherto, whatever we constructed in terms of single lane roads were just widening the existing foot trails and footpaths. But on a sheer rock face, the minute you begin double laning the road, and remember that everything that we talk about tourism and the economic development which has happened is the ability to transit through very difficult areas very fast. And that can happen only when we have double lane roads. But we have to look at the payoff, that where do we need to go in for double lane roads, because we see that even in a place like Leh, you landed at Leh, you acclimatized for one day, you went to Pangangso, you spent the night there, and then you got back to Leh. When you went to Tawang, you had to get to Tawang, and it was over 3 days. Now you built the Sela Pass, you have a double lane road, You get across all-weather connectivity and you can get back in 2 days. You save that much amount of time. And this draws a huge amount of tourists. But yes, the way that we need to do it with more emphasis on better technology. The older technologies of blast and drill, they have to be replaced by something where we impact the mountain less. So that is important from preserving the integrity of the rock face or the mountain. We need to look at green technologies which we bring over there, use less bitumen, which we are doing. We have incorporated plastic roads in our technology. We mandate the fact that we don't construct over there, but we use as much precast so that you build and you bring so that you don't disturb anything which is over there. Your roads, we are mandated when we build our roads to have wildlife clearance, to have environmental clearance, to return to the forest what we have taken away from it, because we have to cut the roads. We look at alignments which serve everyone. The needs of the security agencies, whether it be the army or whether it be the ITBP or the Assam Rifles, are paramount importance. But equally is that if the alignment can meet the requirement of the local population over there for sustainable development, then it's a great idea. And we get a lot of help from the state administration. They are extremely severe on us in terms of protecting the environment. I know this for a fact from Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, and the state of Ladakh, where we are constructing, where there is a lot of emphasis on not allowing us to do the way things that we want to. We chafe at that. It creates lots of problems. It impacts our timelines. And but we do understand that they are doing their bit to see that this amount of degradation that we do to the environment is to the least possible. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Raghu. I think the other alternative way for infrastructure development could also be, when we look at alternate options, as a military man, we straight away think of roads, because roads are arteries, the blood flows through arteries, so everything flows through these roads. There are options of helipad, there are options of other means to reach to these places and promote tourism. With that, I am now reminded of my own young days. Mrs. Mugdha mentioned that we are Gen X, so we are I am possibly a Zen behind that. When I was posted in Arunachal, because my question is now posed to Ankur, that how is Arunachal Pradesh actually tackling the exact problem of border area development? Because your chief minister has laid out a huge target, 416 villages out of the 600 which are there in phase 1, and that's a big ask. And just for the information of the audience, he has been the driving force behind the border area development from 2009 to 2013. So he's a hands-on man. He should be sharing his experiences and giving us some way ahead as far as the other border states are concerned. You're aware there are ghost villages in Uttarakhand which need to be immediately addressed. So over to you, Ankur.
Well, good evening, Chief, Session Chair, co-panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from the beautiful state of Arunachal Pradesh. And also, thank you, Chair, for asking that important question. In fact, right now in Arunachal, we are going through a transformative phase where we have drawn up a shelf of very exciting projects and initiatives to be covered under the Vibrant Village program as well as under state's own initiatives. In fact, several times before this session, the idea of soft interventions came up, and I want to share with the audience today that the state has taken a major leap on the concept of the ILP, the inner line permit, by making the entire process online. So now if any Indian tourist wants an ILP, he can do it from the comfort of his house online. Within 5 minutes, get a printout by paying 100 rupees online. So that entire set of soft interventions which actually bring vibrancy to a place which sometimes actually act as obstructions to normal tourists to visit a place. The state is focusing especially on those interventions along with the hard infrastructure and hard developments. That is one. Second, as I said, as my Chief Minister also remarked during his address, for border area development, Arunachal has identified 5 key pillars. And these pillars are livelihood, capacity building and skill development, tourism, infrastructure, and environment regeneration. So our entire panel of projects or entire set of interventions are themed around these 5 pillars. And so a total of about projects worth about 1,400 crores have already been identified at the district level. And this is a bottoms-up planning approach involving locals, then consolidating those projects at the subdivisional level, then at district level. And they have been proposed for funding to different agencies of the government and largely to the Ministry of Home Affairs under the Vibrant Village program. And the good part is we have already started receiving funding under the Vibrant Village program. So for instance, some very new interventions which are very, very applicable to the local context. So one of the pillars is skill development. So our Department of Skill Development has identified about 4,000 potential trainees for being trained on skills like mountain cuisine chefs, homestay operators, high altitude trekking guides, tour operators. So this very specific localized kind of skill development projects are being undertaken. That is one. On the connectivity front, all 3 pillars are being tackled. We now have the USO program, which is again driven by the ministry centrally, under which the idea is to provide 4G connectivity to all the border villages by March 25 and a few very difficult villages by October 25. Simultaneously, there was this issue of providing power. So again, state government came out with a very innovative project of implementing 200 micro-hydel projects, very localized projects for the border villages. And under this now, we have about 35,000 people which directly benefited from these projects, and also includes 36 establishments of the army and border guarding forces. So these micro-hydels, they vary in capacity from about, say, 20 kilowatts to 500 kilowatts, but they take care of the local area requirements. So all these pillars we are building on, and of course, our biggest pillar is tourism, under which a variety of initiatives have been taken, and I must take this opportunity to thank the local army units. In fact, when it comes to army in Arunachal Pradesh, we don't consider each other as partners. We consider each other as a part of each other. And army has been a great mentor, has been a great friend, has been a great guide in implementing all these projects. So on the tourism front also, there are a lot of exciting offerings coming up in the times ahead. The annual conclave of our partner for today, the Adventure Tourism Operators of Association of India, is being held in Tawang in December this year. And also the kind of guidance we are giving to our local officers is that choose projects which bring in vibrancy to that area. You always don't need to spend money to create infrastructure and then bring tourism. So for instance, our officers now, or even teachers, or even locals, they are asked to celebrate the Independence Day and Republic Day in the first village of our country. So they go there, and then there are familiarization tours for influencers, for social media bloggers. So they are brought there. So once they go back, they share all those stories online, and that is creating a lot of buzz about the state. And once we can tackle all this, once we can spread information about the state, make the entry easier, which is the ILP part, and then assure basic infrastructure like connectivity, digital, of course, power, roads, and a certain set of assurance to the tourist that he'll be taken care of while he's there. And here I must make the point about Army helping the civil adam with medical support facilities, relief and rescue support if needed at all. So they will be great force multipliers. And lastly, the Army units are already always great with the restaurants and the tea and Maggie stalls. They are a favorite, they are a hit amongst the tourists. We have seen that at Bumla. So we'll be very happy if we can set up more of these, because that's also a great tourist attraction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ankar. I think because of shortage of time, what we will do is I'll throw two questions to each one of you, and you will have to answer giving your domain as the response to that. But before that, linked to your response, was that you did mention armies doing this and that, and including restaurants and disaster relief, etc. But there is more to it in the border areas. There are various other border guarding forces also which are deployed along the borders. A lot is being done by each one of them. Even the border roads is doing a great job. ITBP is doing a great job. SSB is also deployed along the border. So we have a whole lot of agencies deployed along the border. I would like to ask the Secretary, Border Management, as to can we institutionalize this process, this whole process of so many people doing so many things on their own? Can we make a kind of an organizational structure or some mechanism whereby people don't have to run around? If somebody is going to place A, there is one particular agency. It could be under the Department of Ministry of Tourism. It could be under the Ministry of Home, whichever way you people want to organize it, but a kind of a single window which helps everyone in the country to go ahead and carry out his tourism program without any hitch. They have done something at their level of getting an ILP clearance, etc. So a quick comment on that, and then I'll ask the next two questions.
I think this point is important because this also impinges upon the fact that some of the projects, they may have overlaps in terms of field level execution. So what we have done, for the VVP program, this point we have addressed in a very unique mechanism. We have a completely digital portal for VVP. So all the agencies, all the state government proposals, they have to submit on this portal only. On the portal, we do a deduplication of the entire, of all the proposals through different ministries through a mechanism which is called API-based data exchange. So that helps us in bringing all the proposals onto one platform, avoiding any field level duplications in the proposals. And then for approval, again, we segregate them domain-wise, and we request the concerned ministry to consider them first under convergence framework. After that, if there is some gap left, then we do the funding under our own mechanism. So this means that at the ministry level, in terms of the VVP program, we are able to avoid any kind of duplication overlaps, and there is a single window for the proposals to get approved in the quickest possible time. Now, the other mechanism that we have used extensively is the PM Gati Shakti portal. That also is a very large platform where all the agencies, all the departments, all ministries have put their databases, and all this is mapped very nicely with the physical infra on the ground. So we also do a deduplication of the infra projects under our border infra funding mechanism. And that's how we try to synergize the efforts of various agencies by ensuring that the approvals don't take time and we do not have any overlaps or any kind of duplication on the ground. Now, this mechanism, if to truly address the point that you mentioned, this kind of mechanism has to really become more institutionalized, involve more ministries, and involve more domains. So our effort within the ministry is that in terms of the border area development activities, we must use all the means available to avoid duplication, provide a single window mechanism for the agencies, for the state government, for district administration to get approvals in the quickest possible time. And in future, we definitely have plans to take it beyond the VVP and the BIM framework to cover the other programs as well. And that also applies to the ease of getting approvals for the citizens, for the point of view of, let's say, promoting tourism. If if a citizen requires a number of permits to go to, let's say, northeastern areas, that also needs to be brought onto one platform so that that can be minimized and he can get one single click approval for the requirement that might be there for visiting those areas. So this obviously needs to be addressed by the concerned ministries.
Thank you, Secretary. I think I will, because my friend Janal Singh has been waiting for a long time. So before I ask that two important questions and round up this particular session and open the house for suggestions, etc., quick word. We have a huge ex-serviceman community. The Prime Minister, during one of his interactions with the Army, had said, why don't you use this potential to enhance border area development, tourism? Why don't you skill them in a manner? And is it necessary that should we have only the ex-servicemen from the border villages getting involved into it? Or there are some methods or means by which we can have ex-servicemen coming from interiors, going to these areas for being part of the local economy of tourism also, as also the local community economy. So quick word on this if you have some suggestions for that.
So thank you very much, sir, and respected Chief, distinguished panelists, and ladies and gentlemen, I am Director General Resettlement. So when I got this offer to speak, I was really excited because before joining this appointment of Director General of Resettlement, I was myself very oblivious to this organization as such. And thank you, I must thank Chief for giving me the opportunity today, where I can at least speak for a couple of minutes just to explain what DGR is doing and how we all can chip in to make a better future for our ex-servicemen. So we all know that about 60,000 ex-servicemen are retiring every year, and they're coming, though they're going to the civil states. And when they come, they have all the virtues we are all aware, like they have got discipline, leadership, jointmanship, organizational behavior, everything they have. But what they also have, there's certain liabilities with which they come. First and foremost being at the age of 35 to 40, when they're retiring from the armed forces, they have children to look after. They have ailing parents. They have to depend only on the meager pensions. And they have got business, land disputes. There's so many things they have to face. Now, where does DGR come into? Now, DGR, I am mandated to upskill them or reskill them once they retire from the armed forces. Even before that. Thereafter, get them government jobs or get them jobs into the corporate world. Apart from that, self-employment, entrepreneurship, they are the various schemes which we are handling. Now, as far as skilling them concerned, the question which sir just asked, and I'm like, we are already on path of this. Like as we talk today, we have about 25 courses, certificate courses planned in this year at various institutes like, National Institute of Water Sports. We have Entrepreneurship Development Institute. We have Institute of Entrepreneurship in Guwahati. We have Institute of Hotel Management. All this, where these ex-servicemen are already doing courses. About 995 ex-servicemen are supposed to do all these courses concerning tourism and the border area development and the things happening in the border area, out of which about 500 already done this course. So as far as DGR is concerned, we are already upskilling them and we are reskilling them, sir. However, having said that, if there is specific courses required to suit a particular area, like we know the borders are different, right? Starting from the run of Kutch and going up to Tawang and that side. So we can curate a course for them. We can kind of structure a course for them, sir. Moment we have a roadmap of border area development, and moment we also become part of that, DGR will go out of its way, sir. We'll do that course for them. We'll upskill our ex-servicemen. And I think, because today's army man is tomorrow's ex-serviceman, sir. And the soul what Chief was alluding to is basically, because today also we are doing this Sadbhavana and everything, and tomorrow once we become ex-servicemen and we are kind of empowered with these upskilling courses and things like that. So they will be able to will connect and give some portion of that soul to this entire scheme which we are talking, sir. Thanks.
Thanks, Janal Singh. I think you reminded me of an incident of my own life. I was the CO in Balnoi. It's a village in the J&K as part of Poonch district. And we had constructed a model village. It was a 1 crore project. And in those days, I'm talking of 2001 to 1 crore was a huge amount. And we had to inaugurate this village. It was done beautifully well, thanks to the ENC's department, which worked overtime. for completing this project within 1 year. New technologies were used. So the GOC said, we must inaugurate this. So I said, okay, sir, whichever time you give us the date, please come and inaugurate. His name is General Randhir Singh. When we were going to inaugurate this particular project, he gave me a ring a night before and said, Dushant, why don't you get this particular project inaugurated by a girl from the village around that model village? I said, sir, it's a fantastic idea. We will be present there, but this particular project will be inaugurated by her, and her name will be there. Fardeen was her name. She was daughter of a BSF ex-serviceman. And the whole thing happened, the entire village. We were expecting, very meager crowd there. But moment we did this small little change, the entire village was there. The locals felt that as though we are part of them. And just to add to it, I became brigade commander, and as luck would have it, I went back at the same place, and I found out where is this particular girl, and she said, they said that she's already married, and she's, she has got 2 children also. So I was quite amazed, so young, marriage, etc. But I called her again, because we had laid 5 chinars, and out of those 5 chinars, 3 had died, or 4 had died, only 1 was surviving. I said, plant those 4 again, make it into 5 chinar, and the information which I have is the brigade commanders thereafter have all been looking after this particular model village. Just for the information, possibly one of the only model villages which is surviving in J&K. It is because of the culture. Why I gave this story was that soul is what we were talking about, because I picked up one from the RM. The second one I'm picking up from General Dwivedi's talk is about soul. And its soul comes from culture. Soul comes from local traditions. My response will start from Mrs. Mugdha, because the best representatives of culture and soul, I suppose nobody can understand better than the lady. So, ma'am, over to you. How can we generate cultural tourism as part of our initiative so that, the pull factor gets into these areas, remote areas?
So thank you. Also, it makes sense for me to talk about culture, because I am a little less than a month old in tourism, and I am coming from the Ministry of Culture. I was the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Culture, looking after the GLAM division, which looks after exactly what the question is. So thank you. But before I answer this question, can I just add to what Secretary Sir had mentioned about the various integration and portals? So let me also add one more portal to it, which is the Incredible India portal. So we are trying to be the grandmother of aggregators. We have already signed MOUs with all booking and tour operators, which is the easemy.com, your bookmytrip, your booking.com, and we are also working with Visa and VHS for both domestic and international tourists. The idea is that once you access this portal, because what Sir has spoken about is the algorithm, the back end of the product creation, which is the construction part. And if you have to get tourists, you have to also tell them that a new product has come out in the market. So the accessibility to the product is through the infrastructure. And here I would like to connect to the question that you've mentioned, because once we create a product, that product need not necessarily be a new destination, a cultural thing. I have trekked from Dharchula to the Lipu Lake, and from there to Kailash as the LO, carrying 59 pilgrims with me. And what I see now, I read in the newspaper, that the Om Parvat, which I saw with the Om written with the snow, there is no Om this year because there is no snowfall, which is an indicator of the climate change that is happening in that region. If you don't see an Om with the snow, you're not going to get tourists. So the cultural part is that when we're talking of communities, let us also document. And I think the army is great at documenting histories. Let us also document the oral histories of the communities, because if people will die eventually, that is, birth and death is a cycle, but through the oral histories, we will keep alive memories of a tradition. Through all the manuscripts, huge amount of generational wealth of our ancient 5,000 plus civilization has come down to us, and we are then translating it and reading it and understanding how Vitruvius wrote his book on architecture using the Manas Shilpa Shastra. So we also need not just to gloat on what we have as a legacy, but also archiving the contemporary. That is very, very important. And when we are talking of people and places, let us also talk of documenting oral histories, make digital museums, because less construction, make museums on URL like they have done for the partition stories. And I think there is enough and more meat in all of us sitting here together to do this kind of thing, which will also attract a huge number of written literature. And today, blogging, vlogging, all these things is what attracts people. So I think from the cultural point of view, let's document what we are losing in terms of the flora, in terms of the biodiversity, in terms of the people, also in terms of the value systems, in terms of the processes. How do you approach the mountain? You are not conquering a mountain. The mountain humbles you. So these are things that you do as part of a trek. So I think those documentations we should do. And I think no better than the army, because I've seen army archives. I have seen a lot of work that is being done from this institute, by this institute when I was in culture. And I think this is great time to join hands and do a lot of documentation work. And I think that will also give a lot of agency to the communities there. So if you were asking for the pull factor, I think there's great amount of pull factor in archiving the lives, the stories of the people, and that will be a great pull factor also for tourism, because this is what organizations like Better India, when they write something like that, we are all motivated to go and see that place. So let stories of people, let people be the face, as the Honorable Prime Minister also said. Let's look at women-led development, people-led development, community-led development, and also archive-led development. Thank you.
We are totally run out of time now. What we will do is one-liner, one comment from each one of you, the challenges in front of you, which you would like to address, and what could be the possible solution. Very quickly, we'll start from our right. Ankur, you can take the mic, and we'll come from him to my left.
So if it's to be answered in one line, I think in many of our border areas, we are starting from a very low base. So while our efforts are very strong, they are very concentrated, it will take some time before we reach that level. And therefore, it will be important for us to maintain that interest over that period of time where we reach that certain level.
Sir, in one line, we all understand that roads and connectivity to the border areas are going to give the dividends in every which way sphere, which is the thing that we are looking at, whether it is tourism, education, employment, bringing people back in reverse migration. We look forward to single window clearance by all ministries done in a time-bound manner, and accountability if the time overshoots. We can't sit over a fact. If something has to be changed, we all need to get together and decide that we need to get this done simultaneously in double quick time.
I think if you really think about the outcome of the entire border area development program and its vision, the focus has to be on building and growing the community. Without that, we cannot really see the actual outcome that we have in mind. So that has to be the key focus of the entire program from all the departments, from all the stakeholders. And we need to win their trust. We need to really involve them in whatever we are doing. And it has to be really with the focus to ensure that the community trusts us. And in turn, we can see the outcomes in terms of building the local village community and growing them together.
Generally, challenge resources are a constraint, but here is for a change. Resource is not a constraint. The challenge is, and we are deeply committed to providing not just the infrastructure, but the infrastructure of the highest quality. But the challenge is basically all the challenges which you associate with the construction in these areas, power, transportation, and it is in this context that we need to work together. Partnership is required for us to take and ensure that this challenge is surmounted. Thank you.
So in one line, my answer will be consistent engagement with the community through ideation, listening to them, and also being prepared for the outlier events like a COVID taking place. So I think that.
So my only request would be that today we are only upskilling about 10,000 ex-servicemen or the people who are going to retire, while 60,000 retiring. I would request and urge to entire hierarchy who is on the even who are on the through BC also, that we must allow and afford chance to these going to be ex-servicemen to upskill themselves, reskill themselves.
Thank you, panelists. I think we will open the discussion. Quick 2-3 comments, oblique questions, whichever way you want to do it. We will invite comments, observation from the audience. The house is open. Yeah. We have the principal. Just wait a minute. I think he's already got the mic. Or you can speak after him, right?
Firstly, my compliments for arranging such an event, Chief of Army Staff and General Rakesh Kapoor having done so well. Now, I specifically want to bring to the attention about the ghost villages and the depopulation, because I belong to Garhwal Rifles and that's why my experience. You'll be surprised to note during COVID, these ghost villages got revived. Everyone ran. And believe me, it's not a negative remark, but the communications improved from there. There are BSNL towers which normally are not manned, but at that time, even those people were there. So I think it's only a matter of compulsion, it will happen. But my point is something different. We all must look beyond what we are seeing today of 2,000 motorcycle riders going there. You know, the country has to be careful in building capacities for disaster management and for relief and rescue. One of the things which can be actually handled now and can be a part of the circular economy is increasing the helicopter services. And the private sector today, in one of the studies has come out, there is an appetite for nearly 800 helicopters in these areas, if the private sector comes up. And that will be a strategic gain for the armed forces, because those helicopter services would be available to us whenever we need. And I think that should be something which should be pushed.
Thank you, sir. I think the first point, on a lighter side, the solution you are saying is, create some kind of a havoc so that we have a reverse migration.
We have enough havoc happening as it is.
reverse migration. But on a serious note, about the point which you mentioned about the creation of alternate logistics infrastructure, we have a scholar with us, in fact, a person of eminence, Mrs. Tara Karta, who's been looking at climate and security as one of the areas which we need to study. We are going to organize a symposium on this very soon. I have to find some time for her to, do that exactly. And we will open it up for the people concerned. Your question that you had asked me.
Jain sir, I'm Brigadier Tamojit Biswas. I'm from proudly I can say that I represent first border village bordering Bangladesh. The name of the village is Khwai, sir. The chair and the panelists, they have talked about the north of India and the one of the most important state, that is the bordering China. But we must focus also on the other part of northeast state, for example, Tripura, the state I hail from. I remember in 79, 80s, and I say that I am the only commissioned officer from my village. The village strength is around 50,000 approximately. I remember 1979, 80s, when we used to run towards the border to watch a steam engine coming to the nearest station in Bangladesh border, and we used to be thrilled about that. The potential of that state, we have talked about J&K, we have talked about other parts of northeast states, but we have very few projects for the Tripura as such. I request, in case the panelists have any project for the Tripura state. That will be very nice to educate us. There are two potential which is very important, which I have seen over the period of time. The infrastructure development, the industry hasn't come up after the independence, and education. Till today, there are state-run government schools, but there is no Sainik school or military school there. And there's a potential that, and all the schools, the students, my father had to migrate from that state because of our education in 1975, 71 to 75. So still today, the education is very important in that particular state or the village, and also it has a great potential in terms of tourism and industry. Thank you.
Anybody would like to respond for this, or otherwise I'll...
So can I just say that we've not forgotten Tripura, sir. It's very important to us. And I'm just coming back from 4 regional conferences which our Honorable Minister was heading with each of the zone's state tourism ministers. And the Tripura state was also represented at the Shillong conference, which we did early this month. So they had presented several projects. We have 4 different kinds of assistance, and I'll just tell you. So you from the Ministry of Culture, we are supporting the Pushpbanta Palace. The Ujjayanta Palace is the state government's demand. Apart from that, there are a lot of lakes in Tripura which are being converted for wildlife, for eco-tourism. 4 different schemes of the ministry. One is the Swadesh Darshan 2.0 in the version, which we do projects up to 100 crores. The state has to tell us what they want, and the government, the central government, gives that kind of fund. Then we have the Prasad scheme, which is mainly for the spiritual, religious tourism. Then under the Swadesh Darshan, we also have what is called the CBDD, which is the challenge-based destination development, which is for an alternate destination from the most promising to the potential. And then we also have the special assistance schemes to the state, which is 250 crores plus. So this is individually for the states in terms of core construction. Now, because I'm always interested in complementing the construction work with a more programming cultural offering, so for each of the states, we are happy to give 80 lakhs to build up a program from below and support it for 3 years, because today it is the programs. A Sundance or a Serendipity in Goa is what gets you the foreign tourists. A JLF in Jaipur is what gets you the tourist. A Hornbill festival, which we have supported from the Ministry of Tourism, actually has become huge in terms of the inbound tourists into India as well as domestic tourists. The Suraj Kund Fair is something that the ministry supported as part of its initiative. So every state gets 80 lakh rupees. It's up to the state what they want to do with that money. We are happy to support one iconic programming cultural offering part from the Ministry of Tourism, so that people don't just come for the product, people also come in off-season to partake of that cultural program. So Tripura is very much on our landscape, both in culture and tourism. Please rest assured, sir. Right.
I'll just a minute. Because we had left out education, and education is one of the important pillars. And you raised an issue about Sainik schools. The government has sanctioned a number of Sainik schools, and I think Tripura also would be part of that. We have Additional Secretary, Department of Education with us. I would like him to comment on your particular point and any other issue which you would like to highlight.
Good evening, Chief of Army and all the dignitaries here. I'm Anand Patil. I'm Additional Secretary in Education. So we have many flagship programs from the Ministry of Education. Where Samagra Shiksha is a very important scheme where we are providing a budget from the Government of India, and for the northeastern states and all hill states, we are giving 90% from the Government of India. And luckily, I'm only handling the northeastern states, so Tripura has been well taken care for that. It is going on, sir.
I think General Kapoor needs a big pat for organizing this particular conclave.
I'm really grateful for giving this opportunity, sir. Education side, we are having Samagra Shiksha, we are having the PM portion, that is Hot Mail scheme, then PM Rising School schemes is there, PM Shri, and then there are other schemes where this like Bharat, and then Nipun Bharat scheme, where we are seeing from the Balvatika to +2, we can see the learning outcomes can be improved. So a lot of schemes are going on, and I request all other stakeholders also, if anybody is interested, we are ready to interact and give the information from the Ministry of Education. So regarding tourism, being a collector of Nilgiris in South India, I have only 2 points. One is it is really great initiative to go for the border areas. Just one caution, as sir has already told, Khandari sir, as General Khandari has already mentioned, that capacity building is very, very important. Now, Tamil Nadu in Ooty, High Court has actually issued orders for not allowing people to go to Ooty without passes. So this is very, very important. Second, capacity building, sir, where the locals has to be taken into confidence. Sir also has told, Rajendra Kumar sir has also told that. And they should be also taken, it should be reverse tourism also. These two people should be taken to the heartland. Like they should come to, say, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, or other places. So this is my request. We have a program called Ek Bharat, Shresth Bharat. So northeastern states, all the students are coming to South India where they can see the sea and other things. Otherwise, these people also going and seeing the mountains. So this both the side, it will be good for their capacity building, because I seen the tribal lands has been taken by the people, private people has come and they become the owners, these people become the laborers or workers. So that should not happen. This is just caution. And really, all the best for this great initiative. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you to you. As far as your suggestion about reverse tourism is concerned, at least I am aware the Army does chip in into this in a big way. We will now only have 2 questions, and thereafter close this particular house. I see how many hands? One.
May I, sir?
Now it's actually okay. So we will allow you 1 question and 1 question from the rear. Okay, woman power. The lady takes the precedence. Rest can keep their questions for the break, and or they can ask in the next session also. There's no problem, because there are experts in the next one also. Yeah.
Good evening. Because it's a very August God, this thing is sitting there. My question pertains to Additional Secretary Telecommunication. Of course, sir, you have joined very recently, as you mentioned, and I know also. I'm from President Reliance Jio. Right of way, Government of India in the recent Telecommunication Act last year, they have taken this right of way as a main subject. And recently, Department of Telecommunication has come out with the draft rules, sir. So with various stakeholders, even like a state government, like Arunachal Pradesh, this officer is sitting here, and military defense services are also one of the stakeholders for granting right of a permission. In this draft rule, sir, what way we are going to tackling? Because in the last right of way regulation, it took around 5-6 years. I was in the government actually. It took 5-6 years to pursue every state government individually at secretary level, at the highest level, but still, I mean, someone aligned some state, but still many of the autonomous bodies and municipalities, they were not on board basically. So now it has been in the act, and now rule has come. So I hope it will be a very good initiative and chance to give the ease to the infrastructure providers. Thank you.
We will take the second question also and then answer afterwards. Yeah, the lady there.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jyotsna, and wife of Wing Commander. Here, today, it's a great pleasure to sit among all of you. I'm a budding filmmaker. I have made 2 films, short films, which have got international recognition also. But it's not about me. What I want to ask is, when I was researching and where to shoot the film, the amount of problems or related to budget also that I faced, artists in Delhi and Mumbai, I didn't face it in Guwahati, Assam. So how about supporting this industry? Because the number of technicians, musicians, artists that we have in Mumbai, even in Delhi, from the region, not just Assam, the entire Northeast region, can go back home. So this is my question to all of you, specifically Mugdha ma'am. I really loved your enthusiasm. So I would like your suggestion and point of view over it.
So what we will do is, first you can answer the president take RIL, and then ma'am can take.
Thanks for the question. I'm sorry, I'll not be able to give you much clarity on that, but only thing I can say is that in the sense that this sort of preceded my joining, only thing is, which I have heard, is that precisely the problem that you have pointed out, that there is this issue of different agencies, local government, state government, departments. It is precisely to address that this right of way draft rules were notified and subsequently have been issued. So I can perhaps we can meet later sometime, and but I can only assure you that this problem has been addressed to the extent of. I mean, this has been a big bottleneck. We all recognize that, and this has been addressed. As to precisely how it has been addressed, I am not. I'm sorry, I can't give you an answer right now.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jyotsna ji, for asking that question. So also, I just want to put a little caveat to all the enthusiasm that we brought to this discussion today, is that tourism is a state subject. So whatever the central government is doing is to complement and supplement the efforts of the state government, because we also don't want to trespass, and we know we are part of the competitive federal system in the country. So collaborative and competitive at the same time. But we also, because we are able to see the global picture, and also because anything that has to do with inbound foreign international tourists becomes our mandate. Just to tell you, with that premise, I just want to tell you that each and every state has a film policy. Right from how the and where incentives will differ from state to state, because some states, as we understand, will be on different levels of development, will be overexploited. Also, this is the film policy. Using films, both documentary and otherwise, can be a great source of promoting tourism, not just infrastructure. In fact, they can make a bigger splash. You had one film which came out recently. I don't watch many films, so I won't know the name, but there's a Shah Rukh Khan film that came which showed Morocco, and suddenly everybody is going to Morocco now. If anybody in the audience knows what that film is, you can let me know. So, films promoting great destinations, because films had this great ability to choreograph with the greatest technology, and so they become important. Also, literature, literary festivals, books. Japan, our relations with Japan have improved because of a lot of literature. We are reading a lot of literature translated in Murakami. Our early Indians, the diaspora that went, Pico Iyer, wrote a lot of books about the Japanese that trained us into how to approach Japan. So yes, ma'am, films, continue to make films and also look at policies. I know Assam has a great policy. Assam is also investing a lot in budding talents. I have great filmmakers from Assam who I know. So we can do a side conversation on that. But yes, you are absolutely right. You've raised a very vital point that I also missed in my conversation. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much for that response. And you're right, we missed out marketing, which was actually targeted at you, but I also missed out that question. With that, we come to the end. I have only 3 quick big points while closing this particular discussion. First, it has to be a whole of a nation approach, as it has come out very clearly, and you found some people springing from the audience also covering various issues, and so therefore this forum is not enough. This forum needs to be expanded. The second thing which I want to convey is what Mr. Manohar Parikar, late Mr. Manohar Parikar had said, that developing border villages is our first line of defense. So therefore, national security, whole of a nation approach, and civil military fusion. I think if these 3 big takeaways are taken by us, we have done one tenth of the initiative which we have to take as far as Vibrant Village program is concerned, or any other initiative related to border tourism is concerned. Thank you very much to our panelists. You have spared your time to come and be part of this particular discussion. With that, we end our session. Thank you to each one of you, to the audience, and to the chief.
Panel, thank you very much for a compelling conversation indeed. With that, for the felicitation ceremony, may I request the session chair to please step forward and extend our gesture of saying thank you to each of the panelists by extending a little token of appreciation to this distinguished panel indeed. And with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. While our mementos will just in a while make their way towards the stage, I hope you had good takeaways that did reiterate about the potential of India's border areas. A pacey versus, may I say, a tangential conversation, also an inclusive one with your participatory questions coming in on interministerial, interagencies, and center-state collaboration at the same time. While we'll extend this token of appreciation, right after this, may I apprise all of you, we will take, while please hold on to your seats, we will indulge into a 5 minutes of break where you can actually maybe stretch a leg, take those nice long deep breaths, because they always say conscious breathing is a good thing to do. Or you may also take those 5 minutes to assimilate all the knowledge that has been imparted just till now. And with that, right after the break, taking you through a rundown of what lies ahead this evening, we will culminate with the second panel discussion as well, which will, of course, demand your avid attention. Some great conversations coming up your way as well. And we'll be wrapping up today's conclave formally with Samapan Samaro, as they say. Thank you. That's very, very kind. And also, respected panelists, all the panel members, maybe in the meanwhile, please take a group photograph as all of you stand. Once we have rendered our thank you gesture, we will request our photographer to please ensure that we've taken a group photograph, tall and standing, as lofty as our intent is, our passion is, in making sure that the border areas are justifiably developed and they continue to contribute towards India's success story. Well, such is the power of this photograph that's just being taken on the stage. And I would urge the rest of you, because we could see a lot of enthusiasm in terms of excavating more insights from our panelists there. So please indulge into conversations there with our panel, as and when during the networking break. We would once, as they are on the stage, we would once again thank Dr. Kumar, Lieutenant General Srinivasan, Vishesh Seva Medal, Shri Natarajan, DG Tourism, Ms. Sinha, thank you so much, and Shri Garg and Major General Singh. Thank you very much to our session chair, Lieutenant General Dushyant Singh, for helping us conducting this panel. And like I said, ladies and gentlemen, this is your time to take that 5 minutes of break. But may I humbly request you, in the interest of time, please be stationed back in your chairs, and helping us resume the agenda exactly in the next 5 minutes. Please enjoy this time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, and all our guests in the foyer area, if you can please hear the bell ringing and also my voice. This is a humble request to all of you, seeking your kind cooperation to please walk in and settle down. We are just about to begin. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to all of you. I hope you had some good conversations over a cup of tea and coffee there. Well, I would like to believe that we've come to this conclave like a clean slate that is ready to be rewritten with the power of our borders there. Well, let's also get ready to prepare and, in fact, prepare ourselves for an epic sonic boom of insights. Our focus from enablers to executioners, what is the role of the private stakeholders? This panel discussion will be chaired by, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Dr. Tara Kartha, the Director, Research and Academics at CLAWS. Well, she works, thank you for those round of applauses as well. I must tell you that she works on the neighborhood and great power politics and also is involved with CLAWS in reaching out to other institutions. She served at the National Security Council Secretariat NSCS, Government of India, during the tenure of 5 national security advisors. In government, her focus was relentlessly and primarily on Afghanistan and Pakistan and terrorism in the neighborhood. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us. And I will adhere to your command of keeping the intros short there. But of course, with all the enthusiasm, we will welcome the polymaths of this panel, our panelists. Please join me in welcoming, ladies and gentlemen, Shri Ashok Tiwari, President, Geo Regulatory. He retired as a member technology from Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. He is the president in Geo and looks after Geo Regulatory and all technical things related to Geo. Thank you, sir, for bringing your stature to this conclave. On that note, please help me in welcoming up next Shri Ajit Bajaj, who is, in fact, the first Indian to have completed the much-coveted polar trilogy comprising skiing to the North Pole, to the South Pole, and across the Greenland ice cap. Well, oh my God. 25 years of experience in adventure sports, he was conferred with the Padma Shri by the President of India in the year 2012 for his achievements in adventure sports. Well, I must also share that he scaled Mount Everest with his daughter Dia in 2018, becoming the first Indian child-parent duo to have accomplished this feat. Such an inspiration. And sir, aapke josh aur jazbe ko hamara salam. Thank you very, very much for joining us. With that, we would be happy to be inviting on stage Shri Saibal K. Roy, the Senior Vice President and National Head Government and ISP Business, Airtel. Well, 3 decades plus of market experience, is responsible for the wholesale carrier business for Indian and international markets in Airtel. Well, spearheaded the enterprise business for North and East India, responsible nationally for government and ISP businesses, and has worked in the B2B space in the marquee organizations such as Tata Communications, HFCL, Infotel, and Tulip Telecom. With that, we will now be inviting Dr. Prateek Kanakia, the chairman and founder of the Green Billions, a company that is focused on the sustainable solutions for climate change, ladies and gentlemen. His work spans across various business sectors, particularly emphasizing sustainability and foreign investment management. And lastly, we would also be greeting on stage Shri Bionoil Dionys, Mayfair Elixir, as is known as, well, a seasoned media and hospitality professional with such finesse, ladies and gentlemen, such profound association in the hospitality, sales and marketing space. His impactful journey, if I were to talk about in brief, is intricately woven with Mayfair Hotels and Resorts, where he's played such a pivotal role in shaping, growing, and positioning the brand. And on that note, it is time to say over to the very dynamic Dr. Tara for chairing the final panel of the day, the role of the private stakeholders. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah. So you all know just how accomplished I am in chairing a tourism panel, which is probably, I'm a Pakistan, Afghanistan expert, but nonetheless, here I am. Since we're all short of time, and I can see that the last session is a challenge, to whoever chairs it. I mean, I'm not sure how to make this a little more peppy, but I shall do my best. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to take up, now we've heard all about what government does, right? And the government's very impressive kind of things that we heard. I mean, there's so much, it was such a rich discussion. There's so much I learned, which as a person and as the DG said, I am very, very passionate about the mountains. I'm passionate about sustainability. I'm terribly passionate about keeping those border villages, alive in terms of their value systems, because we all know what happens when Delhi culture goes there. That's not the best thing in the world. So I'm going to now look at, since we're looking at the other side, we've heard what government said and what they can do and what the initiatives are there. These are the guys who have to bring it on the ground. So we're going to get into that as to how do they propose to, get past government in some ways and get this going. So my first question, due to shortage of time, is one question, and you can all take it up. We'll say, what exactly are the, what help do you want from the government in, say, 3 points each? If all of you all can go out in your respective fields.
Very good evening, all the esteemed audience over here and my fellow panelists. I think getting past the government is not the goal. I think it is, we're in a day and age where collaboration is the key thing. And I think the most important thing is collaborations between the government, between the army, and between the civilians as such, the private stakeholders, which are us. I'm a hotelier. I'm also a media professional. And we also have a film festival. So there are various hats that I keep donning. And to talk about what we basically would want is going to go into three, which means 9 things as such that way. But I will keep it short. And I think some of the key things that we definitely want to have is greater stories coming out from the borders. I think a lot of tourism, a lot of defense can be channeled through good storytelling. And I think whether it is the stories of valor and sacrifice of the army servicemen at the borders, or it is the experiences of the tourists that go to these borders as such that way, or whether it is our indirect messaging to neighboring countries that our borders are strong, our borders are populated, our borders are alive, effervescent, and vibrant. I think it is really important for us to be able to communicate these key messages, and for that we need really strong communication. This could be in terms of social media. It could be in terms of campaigns through various other stakeholders, whether it is an advertisement for Jio or Airtel, or whether it is just a reel by a content creator or or just a tourist that has clicked a picture at the borders, shaking hands with the army people over there, enjoying the hospitality at border areas, whether it is at Nathula or whether it is at Bomdila. Yeah, so these are the stories, these are the memories, these are the things that we want to capture. And I think being able to tell those kind of stories, take these kind of messages and memories back and transmit them all over as far as possible, I think that is the greatest takeaway that I really feel would strengthen our borders and make the paperwork less and the visibility more.
Before you sort of go, can I just get back to him for a minute? What is the central message? You're a media person, right? What is the central message that you would bring, say, we're talking of border tourism. What is it that you're targeting? Other than just saying tourism, what do you want to convey?
Yeah, I think in the earlier session, we spoke about moving from incredible India to invincible India. And I think through strong borders, we will be able to achieve an invincible India.
great evening to the luminaries and an extraordinary audience we are having today. It is again an extraordinary privilege to be here and could speak a little about my domain, that is sustainability and climate resilience. One must understand we've been speaking about our geography and terrains over the last couple of hours. We need to be very sensitive about this ecology. As in, I'm a climate critique. As an underwritten code, I would say that we have borrowed this planet from our coming generations. हम पर ये ऋण है हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों का, that we need to go towards extremely responsible and constructive development. So while we talk about adventure tourism, the adventure will remain if those terrains will remain, those ecology would be conserved. We cannot populate them by making them dependent on a new approach of tourism or developing random infrastructure. These environmental issues in various states of our country are becoming mainstream political issues. However, let's say, how much ever this Delhi government is popular, they've been winning elections, but they've been criticized only for not tackling the air pollution issue, or for that matter, the mountains of garbage have popped up near Ghazipur and Badarpur. So in the coming times, governments will suffer their fall even, or maybe the promises, on the basis of their promises, if they've kept them. We can't get away. The avalanches, the cloudburst, the landsliding, the kind of disasters, the national calamities and disasters this country is facing is due to overt, or should I say irresponsible development, the approach which we have taken till date. We need to standardize the procedures. We need to have an SOP for the kind of development we want to look at around our borders. I understand, yes, we need to empower them. My father used to tell me something. He's no more, but he used to quote, "उड़ सकता है इंसान दीवारों तक दूसरों के परों से, दूसरों के परों से उड़ सकता है इंसान दीवारों तक, आसमां पे वो उड़ते हैं जिनके खुद के पर होते हैं." So we need to empower them. Empowerment is the word. We cannot make them dependent on, external tourism inflow. Or we need to empower them by training them, by upskilling them. It was mind-boggling to understand that the humane angle of Indian Army is so broad, as in they are generally, in fact, you are generally known for your valor, tanks and guns. In fact, the so-called soft power, the media also has been crunching all these movies in the recent times, showing stories of the officers of the armed forces every now and then. So a child who's born here in our country understands what army does. But this is extraordinary to understand, or literally touching to know, that in 1982 an eco battalion, an eco TA battalion was raised in Dehradun, while there was an overt quarrying, stone quarrying in the mountains, and landsliding issues were increasing, and a battalion was raised, and those mountains were recouped, and the army did its job. Secondly, once a soldier, always a soldier. So if we avoid these irresponsible developmental issues, the national disasters will increase. The natural calamities would increase, and unfortunately, it will be you only who will be deployed. So whether in the wartime or the peacetime, or let's say consider a scenario wherein there'll be a war and there'll be a natural disaster, army has to be on both the fronts. So idea is to remain very responsible. We can have, let's say, how to achieve it. I will sum it up by saying that this DG Resettlement Office of Army is an extraordinary asset you have. We can have some kind of a mentor protege network. We need to harness our young population. We are the youngest nation in the world. We have budding entrepreneurs. I'll just give few examples. For example, I could find a young a woman professor at IIT Guwahati who could come out with a backpack installed with a solar light. So she did it because she was interacting with few students in the villages there, and they told her that the last mile round the clock electricity is not available, and they have to trek up and down. Their parents have to trek up and down, and there is no availability of power or electricity. So she could innovate, she could invent this backpack. Or for that matter, there is an organization called Healing Himalayas. So they are working on making the Himalayas plastic and garbage free. So if we, I could hear that the engineering division of Army is now using the technology to embed plastic instead of using extreme bitumen and in those terrains or ecologically sensitive terrains. So idea is to innovate, invent, integrate the young minds. Using their enterprising skills, if we can handhold them, if we can. So, for example, Ministry of Culture has a National Culture Fund wherein the private sector.
Sorry, I'm very sorry, but we need.
Sorry.
Okay,
So I'll just.
Yeah.
So I'm very passionate and passionate about this whole sustainability and climate resilience. So I'll cut it short and tell you that. Instead of holding corporates and private sector responsible for everything, we need to speak about collective social responsibility and personal social responsibility. If we are born to this planet, we need to give back. So idea is to come together, hold each other hands, and rest. I believe it seemed that government has solution for everything. Idea is to make it happen. So it will only happen if you all come together with our expertise and resources. Public-private partnership is the word. Thanks a lot.
Okay, I'm just going to rephrase a little for the rest of you all. See, this is a government which is doing a lot. Let's face it. I mean, they are moving at a pace which, in my 17 years, I have never seen in the National Security Council per se. This is the speed with which they. So my question is very simple. What do you want from the government so that you can do your jobs better? That is what I'm saying. And because I'm pretty sure these people are going to do it, so let's give them concrete, workable suggestions.
So, like I said, I think it was a question to me. Oh, that was to.
Can you see? Yeah. It's really my great privilege to be here in the august presence of such a beautiful, knowledgeable audience. And I will be precise and specific here. And let me just tell you, I think what we all talked about is how can, I can see and perhaps visualize that everybody knows what the problems are. And I could see that the Chief of Staff, Army Staff had articulated all the problems and he had possible solutions also. So it is nothing new that you don't know. And I can only see that there is a power of and. Power of and is Government of India, the private, and the Army. If we are all together, this can definitely, we can be together and making things happen. This is the power of and which is going to happen. Now, just to give you an example, if we have to create a network, because when you talk about tourism, the most important thing is, today when you go for any hotel check-in, people don't ask for food, they ask for internet connection. And that's reality. Food is manageable, they can manage anything. Internet connection, hai ki nahi, that's more important. And I'm sure we all do that check-in as such. So when this is a need of the hour, and you also see telecom has been so prevalent today. In fact, I think the telecom has become a sunshine industry after COVID coming in. Again, this was a disaster, but the COVID came in and this telecom industry became a sunshine industry. So in a nutshell, what the perspective is that the Chief of Army Staff talked about the various challenges. Power is a challenge. Logistics, you have a challenge. Now, all these things, Army has a solution. The other area which I talk about is that because
Army can make things happen conducive for private operators like us. We don't get contractors who can make things happen for us, and that's the challenge. And if we work with the Army together, and the Army works with us, we can definitely make the areas put together conducive very much. The other is how do we get the permissions fast and make things, there are if I may just give you a classical example, the problem statement on the ground. If we have to put a tower near the border area, we'll have to take a clearance for that. NOC has to be taken. That NOC gets a lot of time. There is a lot of problem statement. I mean, the way it is, it gets delayed. And I'm talking from the Northeast perspective, when our CTOs our engineers are facing these problems. I'm sure with the single window coming in perspective and picture, this will definitely get alleviated, and this should get sorted. And the other thing is also when there is a calamity, a natural calamity which happens. Suppose there's a landslide which happens. We had a telecom tower, say it goes down. I think Army again can save and help us to create the telephone infrastructure there. That's the other perspective there. The other area which I also see, fiber is a problem. How can we go and put fiber everywhere? Now, when you also talked about that you are putting in roads and you're going to have underducting, I'll tell you, it's something, the need of the hour. We all need that as such. If you can help us making us happen, because fiber is the entire live wire for any telecom network to be there. So if we are able to do that, telecom networks will be available and we will be able to make things happen. Over and above this, also, there are solutions which is on satellite. In fact, the Chief of Army Staff talked about the satellite solutions. Let me tell you, Airtel is on the brink. We actually have the OneWeb solutions, which is a OneWeb, which is a LEO satellite, low Earth orbit satellite, whereby the latency is minimal. Now, what actually happens in that is, it's actually fiber in the air. Generally, in a latency perspective, when you talk about VSAT, it goes to 1200 milliseconds, where the data transfer takes that much of time. In a LEO satellite, the latency would be not more than 80 milliseconds. And that's a huge, huge difference you get. And that's the benefit we can provide. Now, the challenge what we are facing right now, perhaps, I'm sure it is on the round about the corner. We already have the license. We're just waiting for the spectrum. Once the spectrum is given to us, we are ready to support the entire country for this. So if the Joint Secretary, the DOT can help us make things happen, it will really conducive for us. Because then, at the drop of a hat, we can drop the electronics there and we can make things happen. So these are all problems and there are solutions. And these are grassroots level problems which are there. And we can make things happen. I'm sure this is the power of AND which can make it happen.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. I mean, for any tourist, I think the first thing they do is go and take a selfie. And if you don't upload the selfie, then it didn't happen, right? So that's the thing. So I'll hand this over. Would you like to build on what he said? Or you can take your own points. In terms of specificities, here is someone who has gone from, from glacier to glacier and from mountain to mountain. So again, I'm coming back to the point, is that what would you want? What would you suggest the government does?
Thank you so much. I'd like to begin by saying that I'm a member of a proud member of the extended Army family. Both my elder brothers retired as general officers from the Army. My brother-in-law served in the Army. And my nephew is serving in Jammu and Kashmir. And as a civilian, I've had the very proud privilege of conducting 50 courses and expeditions for the Indian Armed Forces, for river rafting and kayaking. So adventure tourism before the pandemic in 2017 was a $683 billion global industry. And according to projections, by 2024, it was to be a $1 trillion industry. And I think our country has realized that there is a huge potential in our country. And I have a lot of colleagues here, and I want to take a minute and just introduce them, some of them to this August gathering here. We've got Paras Lumba here, who's got a United Nations award for some of the great work he's doing in the Himalaya, in the border regions. He takes treks and they do solar electrification of villages. Paras, would you mind just standing up for a quick second? Yeah. Paras's father was in the Great Indian Army as well. We have Mandeep Singh Soin, a stalwart. We have Neerath Bhatt here, who led a couple of our fam trips to some of the border areas in Arunachal Pradesh and North Kashmir. We have Mr. Oken Tayang, who's a fellow adventure tour operator from Arunachal Pradesh. Now, Oken is also a chairperson for the Northeast region. He's also an MLA from Pasighat and doing some brilliant work. So that's the kind of profile of people. And we have many retired Fauji officers here as well who have taken to adventure tourism after retiring from the Fauj. So I think the G20 summit in Siliguri, the focus was on adventure tourism as a means of achieving our sustainable development goals. Our country has realized that the best way to integrate these far-flung remote regions of our country into the mainstream, to generate economic activity there, employment, is a quick fix solution is adventure tourism. And I'd like to share with all of you, I'm not just saying this because I'm a proud citizen of this country, but having experienced adventure travel in all 7 continents, what we have in our country is unique. And having spent the last 2 months in our border areas, doing adventure tourism and tourism in our border areas, what we have in our border areas is unique. We have 3,000 kilometers of the Himalaya, and a lot of this is in our border areas which need special development. And as the Adventure Tour Operators Association of India, we've already been working closely. It's been a proud privilege to work with General Kapoor and his team. We are looking at 7 pilot projects. We're also looking at hosting our convention in December in Arunachal Pradesh. And as a curtain raiser, we are going to be doing some skill development for both adventure guides as well as adventure tour operators. Coming more specifically now to what do we need from the government. So as I mentioned, the Ministry of Tourism now has a board for adventure tourism. And we have a model law coming up. We have adventure rescue centers. We have requested, since we do operate in remote areas, we have requested the government to allow us the use of satellite phones. It's allowed all over the world now, and long as we are using a gateway like Inmarsat, we do feel that we need to be allowed to use satellite phones. Well, the Ministry of Tourism has agreed to our proposal of 2 mega trails. Now, these 2 mega trails are the Western Himalayan mega trails starting from Jammu, going through Kashmir, into Ladakh, Spiti, Himachal, Garhwal, and ending at the Tri-Junction area in Kumaon. They've also agreed to our request for having a Ganga Nature and Heritage Trail starting from Gaumukh all the way down to the Bay of Bengal. But what we are suggesting now is a Trans-Himalayan trail. A trail that starts from Jammu, goes all the way into Nepal. Now, they already have a great Himalayan trail on paper, pretty much. Now, if this trail could then come into India in the Darjeeling area, go into Sikkim, Bhutan, Bhutan has a Trans-Bhutan trail, which is 405 kilometers long from Ha in the west to Trashigang in the east. Now, if this could connect with Arunachal Pradesh, go across Arunachal Pradesh and end somewhere near Namdapha, this would be a game changer. Now, there are these mega trails globally. You have the Appalachian Trail, which is in the eastern United States, it's 2,200 miles. So people either do a through hike or they walk sections of the trail. And it just develops a great ecosystem along the trail. You have the Pacific Rim Trail on the west coast as well. So such a trail would not only change the landscape in these remote parts of our country, but it would also be great for our national strategic interests as well. Well, a few other quick points regarding, okay. All right, okay, sure.
Yes, I'm really sorry I'm having to cut you all short. But in terms of this, this trails that you're talking of, I wanted to ask you, do you think, keeping in mind that this whole issue of border tourism is also about security, right? It's not just something in its own. So we're talking of a lot of our nasty neighbors and things like that. In that context, and not only in that context, even in general, what do you think of this has already been talked about a Buddhism tourism concept, where you can get not just you're linking places, you're also linking a value system.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think it's fantastic that you touched upon this, because the state in focus we're talking about is Arunachal. And that is exactly the route from which His Holiness the Dalai Lama escaped and got into India, in fact. So bringing the entire cultural aspect, the value systems, actually would bring a lot of value to that circuit and that entire trail that we're looking at. So promoting tourism from the cultural aspect, bringing in the religion side of things, especially talking about Buddhism in the Arunachal side of things, I think brings a lot of not just tourism per se in the normal sense to these areas, but also a lot of culture. It makes sure that the culture remains strong in the areas. The people from the areas are rooted in the culture that they have and the history that is signified through these routes and as well as the caves, the various places of meditation, the trails, the treks, even the monastery which is over there where His Holiness was. So, I think it's a great opportunity for Buddhism conclaves to be happening over there. I think it's great that the Adventure Tour Operators of India are having their conference at Tawang as well. And I think even, the Honorable Chief Minister of Arunachal is one of the most super active chief ministers. He's, of course, the youngest, but he's super active as well. He's woken me up at 5 a.m. to go mountain biking because of a commitment that he's made to the local boys club over there. But 5 a.m. is not something bad unless you've slept at 3:30 a.m. Right? And those who have been in Arunachal would understand the hospitality at Arunachal as a guest. They will just not let you sleep, and it's a pretty tough night. To wake up and go mountain biking at 5 a.m. at high altitude is something beyond me. And to be able to do something like that, to have that kind of passion to try and showcase your state in such a great way, be the ambassador yourself, I think that talks a lot about it. Even the museum that has been placed in honor of his late father also talks about not just the Khandu heritage and their contributions, but also Buddhism and what it means to the state of Arunachal. So I think it's really important and really cool that we're starting off with Arunachal to begin with.
If I could just add a little to this, the very short thing. A humble submission and update that we have a gentleman named Shri Rahul Patil here. Again, historically, it's the first that a cross-border motorbike expedition, which is called the Lord Buddha Circuit, starting from Lumbini, the birthplace of Buddha, starting from Lumbini, coming to India and going, ending up at Sri Lanka. is being organized, and it is likely to be flagged off by next month. And I could actually sense it. I'm actually advising it officially, so we could sense it, the kind of enthusiasm and the support which the it's an expedition wherein the armed forces of all the three countries are coming together and covering 4,000 kilometers on road to bring out a message of peace and harmony, going by the kind of geopolitics which we are witnessing currently. So toast for Shri Rahul Patil. Thanks.
That's fantastic. So your inputs on what exactly, I'm coming back again and again, sorry, to what you want the government to do.
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, a kind of simple question I asked actually. Unfortunately, the Additional Secretary from Government of India, Ministry of Telecommunication, he was very new. So, I mean, he could not, but I understand that he will remember that what to do in the right of way, I mean, the new draft. So the same thing here I am posed, that what we need as from the industry perspective, from the government actually. So before that, let me come to the quickly to what the telecom industry has given to the society, basically. And see, the Honorable Prime Minister, he has a vision of empowering Government of India, I mean, India as a nation for $5 trillion economy. And we have covered almost up to the 4 trillion. So what we have contributed in that economy, that is called a digital economy, and the Department on Digital Empowerment has created almost subset of that 5 trillion. We have already given close to the $1 trillion asset and infrastructure and facilitation empowerment to that economy actually. And that way we are going close to the 5 trillion. That is our contribution from the whole digital empowerment and Department of Telecommunication and our telecom industry perspective. So now what has been added and what we need from the government actually, presently in India, we are offering data at the rate of rupees 10 GB average, 10 GB per, 10 rupees per GB actually, data, that is our data rate. This is one of the cheapest data rate worldwide, globally, basically. Like you take the example of South Korea. South Korea data rate is around $5, which is almost 410 rupees or something. And we are offering at 10 rupees, this telecom industry. Now for the digital inclusion, because we have to proceed our economy for the $5 trillion. So every population has to be included in growth actually for empowerment. And for that, currently 98% of the population, population-wise, 98% of the population is digitally empowered. They are having 4G or 5G telecom facility in their pocket. So this is the empowerment. Only 2% is left. This is the parliament figure actually, which the government has given in the parliament replies. But if leaving this to the northeast border area or any this remote area or beginning of our country, as our RM has, Raksha Mantri has says, it is not remote villages, it is first village. So they are actually digitally divided. They are not empowered with digital empowerment. And for that, actually, there are some 2-3 challenges. Like terrestrial optical fiber going to that place is very, very economically unviable. And government has come out with viable, viability funding, viability gap, VG funding. That is in the every ministry and Ministry of Telecommunication, which through Bharat Nidhi, earlier it was Universal Service Obligation Fund. They are giving funding for that actually. But that is meager basically. That is viability gap funding, kind of delta only, incremental funding is there anyway. But still as a committed and responsible service providers, all the service providers, Airtel, Voda and Jio, I'm from Jio right now. We are, proliferating those facilities to the border areas and everybody. But there are few challenges apart from this viability and all. Suppose tomorrow satellite is coming. Airtel is also bringing. Jio has also SES satellites actually. Empower, that is the one brand name actually. And SES has already been, there is collaboration and we will be bringing. Licenses are already granted from Government of India. Once frequency allocation is done, services will be launched. But if this, after some 3 months back, there was 20% hike in the tariff actually, and there was huge hue and cry throughout country and troll and this thing. The satellite bandwidth will be very, very costly actually, and only the government agencies, very requirement for socio-economic development in the remote area or something, enterprises only can afford those bandwidth. It may be some 300, 400 rupees per GB or even more. So whether that facility, because once satellite is there, entire pan-India will be ubiquitously covered and there will not be any uncovered area everywhere, and probably after some time actually that satellite facility will be embedded in this your handset also. So, but who can afford this? Such a remote area where there is no economical activities and all these things, and they are not empowered actually, affordability is not there. They probably may not afford this facility actually. So for that purpose, government has to come. They have to create, they have to collaborate with the service providers also. And probably in the mind of the government is that philosophy is definitely there. And then as a backhaul, that will be used as a fiber actually, as my friend has said, that it is air fiber. And then the BTSs will be energized and we can provide for the smallest hamlets of either Ladakh or any other Tawang or Arunachal Pradesh. So that way actually we can cover, give the coverage actually. For that basically government has to collaborate with the private industries, private player, and kind of PPP should be there. So this is one thing. Another challenge which we need as a support, which everyday industry is facing, that is the right of way basically. In government actually, I was in the government for 37 years actually, and for last 3 months I am in the private. So I was in Jammu and Kashmir, and there I have a high regard for our defense personnel. There are some 14, 15, 16 corps is there or something like that actually. As additional secretary level officer there in the Jammu, I was unable to contact anybody for the right of way cases. Cases were pending for more than many months actually. So what I understand that security is first utmost priority. If it is not required, as a being sensitive area, definitely, our right of way clearances will not be given. But if it is required, and which I feel that with this forum actually now the army itself is coming way forward and inviting every government and private organization to collaborate basically. So then there is definitely a need for granting right of way from defense forces to the private operators so that it can be committed. Secondly, being the sensitive secured zone, probably as a policy of the defense personnel, that at the right of way is being granted only to the first incumbent. I will explain you, sir, that there are 4 operators, BSNL, Airtel, Jio, and Voda Idea. They are the real player. Apart from that, there are 1,300, close to 1,300 infrastructure provider, which is called IP1 license holder, 1,300. Many are dummy and dumb. Basically, they are not doing any business. But because of the Gati Shakti portal, which envisaged some 2-3 years back in the government for the speedy disposal of all clearances centrally at one window at that level. So through Gati Shakti, I will be brief. I thought you are going to caution me. So to expedite these disposals, So Gati Shakti, it's a very good initiative of Government of India. They are committed, basically. The first incumbent in the security reasons, I will not mention the name, place, everything is there actually. We are waiting. The permission will be granted to XYZ something. Actual worker or something 4, basically, 4 entity. Now, as a service provider, this Jio, Airtel or blah, blah, anybody will go to them that please provide us that infrastructure so that we can launch our services. Because they cannot launch. They are only infrastructure provider, basically. They will encash, they will try to encash this license which is granted by the defense forces as a privilege because they were the first holder. And they will try to totally milch that business opportunity at very exorbitant rate, and probably that itself will create all project unviable and we will not enter. So that is the one deterrent actually. Probably authorities may take mind of it, in their note actually. So these two, and along with the GSOs, there are some other, viability gap funding, definitely government through USF fund, which is having around 80,000 crore corpus in the government kitty, which is contributed by the service providers in form of license fee, USF levy, that is there, and they are definitely contributing for the proliferation of telecom services to improve the digital divide to get everybody inclusive. So these are few actually my request from the other different authorities as a forum I was using, that this kind of support we need from the industry perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that was very specific, and I think it needs consideration. In this now, I'm going to do this differently. Do you all want to continue, or should we go to the audience? Audience? Yeah. So I'm going to open this up. Any questions? Please go ahead. Yes, the gentleman at the back.
Thank you. I think I wasn't furious enough in my hand waving in the last session, but if I could just say a few things. My name is Mandeep Singh Soin. I run India's oldest adventure travel company, but more importantly, why I'm here is because I also wear a different hat, or a turban in my case, which is the Responsible Tourism Society of India, where we have a MOU with the Ministry of Tourism and the UN. What I think is a border area development is a brilliant idea, and we've been talking about it for a long while, even in mountaineering circles, and we all know when Siachen happened, and we all said it's a great idea to allow mountaineering expeditions from India, and I'm so glad that it's taken birth and come to some sort of a fruition at this conference. However, being in the game for about 45 years, it's also incumbent on us, as we advise the government, that we need to really put in some template which gets into actionable, on the ground, carrying capacity study, and then destinations are opened. Because oftentimes we invite private sector in a hurry to develop destinations, which is all very good because that's how private sector operates. That's how capitalism operates, which is fine. But the responsible part often gets left as a, dekhenge, chalega, and all that. And we've already seen how many Himalayan destinations are crying out for our attention. We need to have a template of the right kind of architecture. The architectural integrity we have messed up in many parts. So since we are starting much later, I don't think we need to make the same mistakes. So it's very vital that we do some of these simple things. And I can't underscore the idea of a carrying capacity any more than giving you a live example. 30 years ago, exactly, I was asked to open the Chadar route, which is the frozen river Zanskar, in a collaborative venture with the Indian government and the government of J&K. We did that. It was a big, promotional thing in the overseas markets. And even then I told the local government, I said, please put a check on your numbers of how many people can go on this route. And you know what they told me? They said, Sardarji, एक पैर पे आप accelerator दबा रहे हैं, दूसरा पे आप brake डालना चाहते हैं. So today, when that whole thing got overrun about 10 years or 5 years ago, they had to put a limit because it was just overrun by tourists. So I think these are very simple things, but we need to put them into practice and put them into some sort of a situation. And there are lots of other ideas, which I'm happy to share with General Dushant. I mean, things like, we talked about the roads, their impact on the glaciers, the visual pollution of towers, which we can do more intelligently. We need to leave a lot of spaces for not putting development everywhere, because pure wilderness is great for the soul. And I think that value is recognized in many other countries. And I'm glad one of the panelists brought up some of these things that we need to flag. So I think there's a lot of positive solutions that can come in. And the last point I want to make, we've told the government to carry a national campaign on what we have developed as the responsible traveler guidelines. And there are a set of 20, and we want to encourage people to know a lot about that. And so I'm sure we can, dovetail with some of the efforts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, we'd love to hear from you separately with us. That would be terrific. Who else? Yeah,
good evening. Thank you so much for the panel. I am Brigadier Gaurav San. My question is, while the gentleman has spoken very aggressively about the right of way and the challenges that they are facing, my question is, as we develop the border areas, there would be requirement for the private agencies to acquire land. And land acquisition, more than the right of way, will come across a lot of other difficulties in terms of tribal land, community land, private land. So do you foresee, especially the hospitality industry, that how can we streamline this procedure of land acquisition, because it would involve a lot of stakeholders, including the Ministry of Forest and Climate Change?
Let me give you a little example. I think this is a very important issue which will have to be dealt with by an interministerial panel. But in Gujarat, when the present Prime Minister was the Chief Minister, now the Run of Kutch area, he gave viability gap funding and he gave some land to these private tented colony operators. And it's become so popular that last year, even the government of India had a tough time getting accommodation for G20 delegates there. So this is a need of the hour. I think people like my colleague Dorje Namgyal, who's from Ladakh, if they were given, say, a bit of land in Demchok or maybe close to Siachen base camp, where they could set up tented camps and so on, I think that would really fast track this process.
Ma'am, Mrs. Tara, this side. Can we wind up, because it's already 8 o'clock and we are about an hour behind schedule. So we can take last question and that's it.
Last question, yeah, please.
Good evening, everyone. So I'll be very quick. It's an honor to be here. I'm Prateek. I run a small organization called Adventure Sports Cover 360. We are proudly India's biggest and Himalaya's biggest adventure safety company. So we do medical evacuation, search and rescue, and we also provide adventure covers to most of our adventurers in India and in Himalayas, in Nepal as well. And proudly to all our defense forces who are climbing Everest and other so forth. So my only request is, like, we just had an incident in Kashmir, Great Lakes Trek, where 3 people were died, 3 trekkers were died. And we were obviously requesting most of the time the defense establishments to provide helicopter services. We do have our own on-ground teams as well now. But again, as one of the sirs mentioned, that we do require a huge capacity of helicopters and local rescue teams. We are happy to invest, but again, I seriously ask one question. If we have a one single window clearance, if we could request helicopter assistance for trekkers, mountaineers, paragliders. We would pay happily for them. They want to pay also. But again, the whole process of clearances, of course, Army and Defense Forces do it as a mercy operation, not as a commercial operations as well. But most of my interaction with 60 plus nationalities in Himalayas, in Nepal, we are losing way behind just because we do not have a safety rescue network in India. So in one portal or in one area, if the local DC could write an email, send an email, sharing with MOD, and MOD can send it recusation and we can pay directly to that somehow. A lot of foreign tourists can come in and also a lot of senior tourists. I think from the biggest adventure tourism sector which is growing is from 35 to 60 right now, rather than 21 to 30 years or 35 years, and they all want security. So that's my only suggestion and advice.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. Sorry, the time is already, I think as far as I can say, it's 8 o'clock, so we're going to wrap up. Thank you so much for the panelists. I wish we could have got a lot more from you, but there it is. Thank you all to the audience, everyone who sat in through this. I hope it was useful for everyone.
Panel, thank you very much for your direction learnings. For the felicitation ceremony, may I first up request Dr. Kartha to hand over a memento as our gesture of gratitude to all our panelists. And of course, a round of acknowledgement for Shri Tiwari, Shri Bajaj, Shri Roy, Dr. Kanakia and Shri Janies. Thank you very, very much for sharing your perspectives, discussing about the role of private stakeholders in integrating tourism in their respective strategic development plan. Well, that vibe of participation definitely suggests that this would be an ongoing dialogue. So as and when we can interact, we must foster this dialogue offline as well, since we could not take up all those questions on the stage. Please continue the meaningful conversations beyond this conclave as well. And may we also request to present Dr. Kartha a memento. May we humbly request the Deputy Chief of Army Staff, ISNC, Lieutenant General Rakesh Kapoor, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, to step forward as he already has, to extend our little gesture of saying thank you to our session chair. And of course, we've said and rendered our thanksgiving to our panelists. They say that the attitude of gratitude is indeed the best attitude to have. And in terms of felicitation, we are trying to do exactly that. Thank you very, very much. We'll request all of you to remain on the stage. We'll request all our panel members and our dignitaries to please remain on the stage, while we'll also additionally invite one of our dignitaries to join us for another group photograph. Danish, it's over to you.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request Deputy Chief of Army Staff to kindly felicitate our thorough professional MC for today's event, Ms. Shika Singh.
That's very, very kind. Thank you for the gesture.
Thank you, sir.
For the final group photograph, may we also additionally request our esteemed Vice Chief of Army Staff and of course DG Claus to join us on the stage, because this moment would not be complete if we do not have the two of you. Thank you very, very much for being a beacon of inspiration indeed. And once again, thank you, panel. Well, ladies and gentlemen, fastening your seatbelts, you must, only to loosen them later over gastronomic delights. But for now, something important coming up. Thank you so much to everyone on the stage. You may please take your seats. To render the concluding remarks, may we humbly request the Vice Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General Raja Subramani, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Sena Medal, Vishisht Seva Medal, to please step forward and render the remarks.
There seems to be some problem with that mic. Thank you. Esteemed guests, fellow colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we have been through the last two sessions regarding border area development, and the one thing that's very clear is that despite the army being present and despite the forces being present, in case we really want to do border area development, it has got to be a multifaceted and a whole of nation approach. While the defense minister spoke about the first village and the chief spoke about the soul of those villages, what is most important is ensure that the body remains there. That is, those villagers remain there. Unfortunately, most of the villages, particularly in the area of Uttarakhand, where I, as a colonel of the regiment, have been involved in, are no longer there in the border areas. They are not there because education facilities are not available, health facilities are not available, employment facilities are not available. So unless we are able to provide them education, health, infrastructure and employment, those people are not going to remain there. Tourism is good for people going there, but unless tourism creates opportunities for the locals to remain there, the border area development will go nowhere. So therefore, for the vibrant villages to succeed, important for us to create an ecosystem for people to remain, have the facilities, have the jobs, have education for their children. When I speak to my Jawans from Garhwal Rifles and those in Kumaon, and when I ask them, why are you migrating to Dehradun and Haldwani? They say there are no roads, they say there are no facilities, there is no education and there is no health. In case anything happens to them, they have to come all the way down to Dehradun to get medical treatment. So unless we create this enabling ecosystem, only then this border area development will take place. The army, the ITBP and the border guarding forces are doing their best to ensure that the area is developed and are also contributing to the economy. The importance of having the border villages populated is very, very clear. We are seeing China develop approximately 600 villages from scratch. And the villages that we already have are depopulated or are getting depopulated. So the urgency of ensuring that the vibrant village program succeeds is imperative. In order to do that, we have already spoken about 4 issues: infrastructure, which is being done by the Government of India itself, the border roads, the MORTH, etc. Infrastructure is getting there. Education. People have to be incentivized to go and teach. Every teacher wants to stay in the city. Nobody wants to go into a remote village. If you don't have teachers, whatever amount of schools you are going to get, children are not going to come there. So we have to find ways and means to incentivize people to go and be teachers in the remote area and build schools. The army on its own is doing a great deal. In J&K, we have got Goodwill schools in collaboration with our private partners where children from the border areas are studying. Those could also be replicated in other states of the region. As far as communication and power is concerned, yes, with the Digital Bharat Nidhi scheme, communications in the border area are getting there, and similarly power is also reaching the last person. What we need particularly is health facilities and creating employment opportunities in terms of either tourism or in terms of things that the locals can do within their own place for which they have skills. Handicrafts, agriculture, whatever that we can do to encourage them to stay there. Finally, it remains for me to compliment General Kapoor for having organized this seminar and to thank everybody who has participated here. Everything is not pessimistic. A number of ideas have been generated and I'm sure that we'll be able to take it forward. The Army is already seriously working along with the government to ensure that this Vibrant Villages program succeeds. That is we, the ITBP, and last but not the least, while we may make plans at the central government level, if the state government is not involved, this is not going to succeed. And the state government has to be incentivized to ensure that their citizens, the people, remain in the border areas. So it's a collaborative approach, and I'm sure that with all our efforts, this will succeed. This is just the beginning, and this interaction has also given us a number of ideas which we'll take forward to make this program a success and to ensure that our border villages are populated and people, actually reverse migration starts to ensure our own security, stability and development. Thank you. Jai Hind.
With such befitting words, thank you very much, Lieutenant General Subramani, for rendering those concluding remarks. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to cordially invite you to join us over a flavorful dinner that's being served one level down. Bon appetit, Jai Hind. Thank you very, very much for this congregation.